All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Black Men Unfiltered Network. I'm so glad you guys are here tonight. Listen, we're going to have a great conversation. Tonight is ladies' night. All right, I'm going to have the opportunity to sit down and talk to some amazing women tonight on the show. And we're going to have the conversations that nobody else is having. Now, we got some class women here in here that have a voice, that have their preference on things that they believe, or they have a difference in things that they believe. And I want to bring all those ladies tonight to have a conversation. So, for the people that are coming in, I know you guys are going to come in, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. But we're also going to introduce the ladies on their platforms as well when we get them on the show tonight to show how much we appreciate them. But again, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, tell your grandmama and them the show is about to start. Tell your grandmama and them these ladies are about to speak. Tonight is ladies' night. Let the ladies speak on Black Men Unfiltered Network. If you would like to donate to the channel, you already know what you can do. At the bottom of the screen, you'll see it in just seconds. Boom. Black Men Unfiltered Network has the cash app. If you want to send a super chat, you can do that as well. Now, I always play you something really, really nice when you do either or. So again, thank you guys for being here. And what I want to do first, since we're celebrating women today, I promised my daughter that I would do this for her because she's a diehard basketball fan. But I also want to do it myself because I think that we should celebrate women when they do awesome things. And I think that this team, who is predominantly a black team, to be honest, has been getting drugged for the last 24 hours. And so today, since it's Women's Night, I want to start the show out by celebrating them. By have a small video here that I put together that I wanted to play. After the video, you'll see the intro, and the ladies will be on the screen, and we'll start our show. Again, thank you guys for being here. Hit the like button, subscribe button, and we're going to go ahead, and I'm going to go ahead and show this right now. Now, make sure you guys keep me honest in the chat, because if you can't hear anything, any mics are squeaking that I can't hear, or anything like that, moderators, y'all know how to do it. Keep the boy in check. If you can't hear the videos in the chat or out there, whoever's watching, please put that in the chat as well. All right, I'm going to go ahead and play this quick video, and then we'll get right back to the show. Here we go. Celebrating the LSU Tigers on winning the national championship. It was amazing to watch, and they got more views than men's basketball. Ain't that something? So here we go.
Basketball you have in your soul. That doesn't mean a perfect game. Just your best. Your best.
As today, your Fighting Tigers play for their first ever national championship as they take on the Iowa Hawkeyes.
And the national championship game is underway.
Now she's headed in the lane, spin move, turns, fires it to Williams, layup is good. Down to Johnson, dunks under, lays it in, and counts it a foul. Johnson got the ball left side, took it home, and LSU can take the lead. To Reese. Reese, spin move off the glass, 5-footer good by Reese. Morris into the corner, Poole, 3-ball right side, it's good. Kateri Poole seems to hit big threes postseason. Pass down low, it's taken. Stolke misses, it was blocked. I think Samaya got it. Johnson has it. Left wing Morris fakes a three. Pass into the left corner. Here's Carson for three.
Hey!
Johnson will kick it to Poa. Wide open three left side. Poa hits it. LSU picked a heck of a day to bury him from outside. Down low, Williams layup is good. Carson is playing the game of her life.
Yes, she is.
She's on the run. We'll get it right wing. Carson, 3 more. Yes!
What?
Oh my
What?
goodness!
What?
Desmond
Let's
Carson!
go.
Not over, backdoor pass. Knocked away. It's stolen by Johnson. Johnson heads to the bucket. Layup. Johnson, good! With 3, she will hand it to Carson. Fades away for 3.
Oh!
She baked it in!
Oh!
Carson falling away. Baked it in! She can't miss!
You can't sit back and say, oh, we got to lead. You got to play like we did in the fourth quarter the other day, like we behind. We are behind! Okay?
Let's defend y'all. Let's go, y'all. Here we go, y'all. Here we go.
She's looking under the basket. Will bounce it to Morris. 6-footer off the glass and in. A great play out of the inbound.
Great execution.
Morris is going to dribble through traffic. She's down the lane. Going to dish to Williams. Layup is good. Williams layup is good. Morris gets a screen. 12-footer left side. Good. Alexis Morris hits again. 5. Out to Poole. 3-ball. Right wing Poole. Yes! It's good! It's good! It's
happen when you piece it together.
And your LSU Tigers are national champions for the first time ever in year number 48 and year number 2 of the Kim Mulkey era.
This
All right. Congratulations to the LSU Tigers in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Hey, that was for my baby girl. She definitely said, Dad, you doing Women's Night tonight? You're not going to talk about the LSU Tigers? Yes, baby, I got you. So I'm happy that she saw that. Now, baby, it's time to go to bed because you can't watch this. All right, guys, thank you for being here. Again, let me bring the ladies up, introduce them so we can get this show started. First, I want to bring up, she's right here in the state with me. So I want to bring up Alexis from Texas is in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Listen, all the way from the Shy. All right. Here she is, yours truly. Give it up for my girl, Sheree, is in the building tonight. Now, listen, guys, if you watch Law and Order, if you've watched, she's going to be on Power too, guys, right? She's going to be on Power. So if you haven't seen her, got her autograph, you better get it now because she's blowing up, guys. She's a movie star. You probably seen her on TV. She be banging them up. Matter of fact, listen, hold on, because I got to give my girl an intro. This is my little sis. I got to be able to give my girl a little intro. Let me tell you what she says she don't do. All right, this is my sis. Let me pull it up because I want y'all to understand who my sis is. Here she is before we get started. We celebrating the ladies tonight. Let's celebrate them. Here she is.
All I do is film, honey. I don't work a 9 to 5. I work 11 to 8:30. I work overnight. That's what I work.
One of the misconceptions about being actors that you make tons and tons of money. But the average actor doesn't make tons and tons of money. The average actor works a day or a night job and auditions, and that's pretty much the bulk of the life of an actor. You're always auditioning. It's audition after audition after audition.
What's going on, everybody? This is your boy Mac Wilds, and this is #ActorsLife.
I'm coming in.
I'd gotten to a point where I realized that auditioning alone wasn't enough.
It's not like you can go in at entry level and you work that position for a while and you get promoted, and then you work that position for a while, you get promoted. You can go from being on the Z list to the A list overnight.
Oh, thanks for the...
Shoo is in the building tonight. Give it up. All right, man. Thank you, Shoo, for being here. Hey, listen, beautifully animated, like my brother said the other night. Keep your mind on the A word, animated. All right, all the way from Houston. Listen, don't say nothing too crazy to her because she laughed loud, but she'll get on your heart. Beautifully animated is in the building tonight. Let's give it up for her. What's going on, girl? Good to see you. Hey. Now, listen, I'm about to blow y'all mind with this one, okay? Because the other night, all right, I happened to be on a panel with my brother Sir Hale. And this woman came in and she threw a left punch, right punch, uppercut, and I mean blew the whole panel up. All right. I need y'all to put y'all hands together for Take Heed to the Damn Message. It's in the building tonight. Oh my God. It is good to see you, Suge. All right. So listen, the next person I want to bring up, she defined why women the other night, I just have to listen to it. Her perspective is off the chain, ladies and gentlemen. They said, why do women not build with men? And she gave an answer that just broke the internet. I think my computer failed. It turned off. I think it started lightning outside. Let's give it up for Jasmine Says It All in the building tonight. What's going on, girl? All right, now we got another. Listen, we're so many beautiful, intelligent women on this panel tonight. I'm about to fall out. All right, we got Cameron in the building tonight. Her perspective the other night on that panel was amazing. I had to have her over here because she's going to be dropping some dimes tonight. So thank God that she agreed to come over. Cameron is in the building tonight. Oh, last but not least, y'all know her. She got a little voice, but a big heart. She smiles. She pulls her hair back in the ponytail. She's newly married. Give it up for my girl in the building. Coach K is in the building tonight.
I like her voice.
I turned my gain down, so hopefully it'll be all right.
All right. So listen, I'm glad that you guys are here. Thank you so much for being in the house with me tonight. Before I get started in cam up and all that good stuff, I want to focus on you guys first. And so we'll start with Alexis from Texas. Alexis, I want to know how you women are doing. How's your mental health? How's your families? Are you doing okay? That we want to be concerned about how are you feeling first before we start the show. Alexis, how are you tonight?
I'm okay. I can't complain, and I don't think okay is bad. So I don't want to put that out there, but I'm okay. Neither like on this side or that side. I'm right in the middle, and I'm glad for that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here, Alexis. Sheree is in the building tonight, all the way from the Shy. All right, give it up for Sheree. Sheree, how are you tonight? How's family? How's everything going with you?
Everything's going great. I'm feeling blessed, really. That's all I can really say. I have nothing else other to say than that.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you.
Asking.
Absolutely. Take heed to the message. Talk to us tonight. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. I'm happy to be here. That's it.
Hey, I'm glad you're here. Oh Lord, have mercy. We're gonna say beautiful animated last. No, I'm not gonna wait. I'm good out the way. Let me get out the way. All right, beautiful animated. My girl.
What's up?
How are you doing tonight, Suge? How are you?
Everything's good.
Good.
Everything's good. Yeah.
All right. You ain't slapping nobody today?
Nah, not yet.
Okay. I'm tired of cash app and bail money. Shoo, how are you tonight?
Oh, I'm well. Thank you. It's crazy because at work today, so I've recently got a promotion like back in November.
Congratulations.
And my old team, I come to find out the company is making some down, I guess restructuring and making budget cuts, and like 5 of my team members on my old team got cut. So, I don't, and then they were like, it's not just like from our location, like company wide, they let go over like I want to say like 500 and something people. So I don't know what's going on, but I'm just hoping that if they do make some more budget cuts, like the team that I'm on now, like hopefully it doesn't affect us. But either way, I'm just like my heart goes out to them. But I just thank God that, it ain't me. I ain't on the chopping block yet, Lord. Please don't hold on.
Now, before we move forward, Shoo, can you tell the world when your episode, when does Power come back on, and let people know when to watch it?
Okay, so because Power they almost like Law and Order now. They got like 50 million different versions. Right. Okay, so I'm on Power Book 3, Raising Canaan. So that's the one I'm on. They got season 3 coming out, and their season usually starts like around September. So it's gonna be a little while. Right now they got Power Book 2, Ghost out. So like I'm pretty sure that once that's over, then they're probably gonna release Raising Canaan. So yeah, it'll be down.
Okay. All right. Come on, I'm a superstar in here tonight. I'm just trying to get as much as I can of you before you start saying, call my agent. All right. We got Jasmine says it all in the building tonight. Jasmine, how are you? How's life?
I'm pretty good. I can't complain. Blessed and highly favored. Full of peace and love on this Tuesday. Good to see you, beautiful ladies. Congrats, Shoo.
Yes.
Got me a Chicago native on the panel. So shout out to Sheree.
All right. Cameron, good evening. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How's everybody doing?
Pretty good.
Good. I'm doing good. I'm persevering. School is like, beating me up right now, but I'm gonna, I'm making it through. Staying on a roll and whatnot. So great.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here tonight. Coach K, talk to you, boy.
I'm good. Everything's good. Definitely grateful
for the Lord and Him working in my life as however He does it. But yeah, I really can't complain. Always something to be
Absolutely.
grateful for.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. So, guys, as a whole, man, again, I want to have a great conversation tonight. I know you guys are going to, I'm saying you ladies are going to bring it tonight. And so I want to start out with a breaking ice video for you guys. I saw it and it kind of blew my mind. I said, I'm going to show the ladies this tonight just to see. This is how we're going to start our conversation out with this video. You tell me, as a woman, how do you help women who put themselves in this type of situation? How do you get them out of this? Because this was pretty bad. So let me show you guys this real quick. Let me pull it up, and we'll listen to it. Here we go.
That is, man. These my queens. These my beautiful girls right here, man. These are the girls that hold me down. They take care of me. They do everything for me, man. They eat my butt. All of them. They eat my butt. Back to back. Sometimes together, sometimes they take turns. They the ones who make me feel like the king that I am. You understand what I'm saying? Without them, I wouldn't be nothing.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
I almost threw up.
I'm just gonna start like Coach K. We'll start with you, hon. What are your thoughts? I mean,
why you gotta start with me? Because you saw my face? Because you know I can't help but express it.
I saw your face. Go ahead.
You was on one. I don't know what to say.
I understand. Okay.
I'll pass. I'll come back in.
Right. I'll come back to you, Cameron. What are your thoughts about the ladies in the video? Let's leave the guy out. What are your concerns about the ladies in this video that who even just support this type of crazy talk?
So I was like cringing the entire time, and I'm like trying to look at their faces to like see if they're reacting to like what he's saying, and they're all kind of just like, yeah, yeah, we do that. I'm concerned. I'm concerned. It's like a group situation. It just seems like there's a lot going on.
Jasmine.
Look, I try to be less judgmental as possible, right? So when I look at that, all I can say is to each his own. Different strokes for different folks, and I guess now we're living in a time where people are engaging in this type of behavior. Even now, like I always speak about attention being a currency, right? We don't know if that's for real. A lot of times you have people on the internet doing all types of crazy stuff to get attention. So they could have just been trying to do that for clickbait, for something else. But I mean, if that's the case, I mean, as a woman, I wouldn't want to deal with a man, even if I was in a situation like that where I was sharing him with other people, that he felt like he had to broadcast that over the whole entire world of what we do sexually. When I'm looking at that, it appears that either they may have some form of low self-esteem, or they might just be into that freaky stuff. I don't know. To each his own. But yeah, I'm with Coach K. I don't even know what to say.
I'm looking at Shushu's face. Shushu, come on.
You know how you carry yourself says a lot. Says a lot about you. That's both from men and women. The women, can you pull that video back up? Like just look at.
Okay, I got you.
Just look at them.
Okay, give me just a second. I knew you was gonna do it. You like to Shushu likes to break everything down, guys. I love it. Look at this. So let's look at their faces. Because yeah, here it is. Here it is.
That is, man. These my queens. These my beautiful girls right here.
Okay, pause. Look at them. Just look at them. Look at them. They're all beautiful women. All beautiful women. Look at it. Look at their faces. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you know, and not just talk about weaves or anything like that. But I mean, come on. Do they really look like any of them came from a household of medium where their parents were like, you know, upper middle class or like any of that? And this isn't to offend anybody, but I'm saying You know what I mean? Look at him. I mean, you know, he's a rapper, of course.
Yep.
You know what I mean? What would be more surprising to you? That he grew up in the third ward or some hood somewhere, or that he grew up in Silicon Valley? Which one would you put him in? Okay, you can pull us all back up. Now you look at everybody on this panel.
Mm-hmm.
Do any of us look like we lived in the same neighborhood they did? I mean, we could have, you know, I'm not putting that past, but what I'm saying is how you carry yourself says a lot about you. Your background, how you grew up says a lot about you. You know what I mean? Not for nothing, not to say that women that came out of middle class, you know, households, you know, don't engage in, you know, polygamous relationships and stuff like that. But rare is it that you hear them putting their business out there like that. You know what I mean? Yep. You know, so like, you know, and that also goes back to what Jasmine was saying, you know, some of that could be for clickbait too. You know, and then on top of that, and a lot of the reason why I brought up like what environment they grew up in is because like, hey, this man has money. He can take me from the situation I have now to a much better one. So I will do whatever I have to do, you know, to get in a better situation. He gonna give me all the money I need to buy all the hair I need, the clothes I need. We gonna be on TV and at these lavish events and stuff like that. So, you know, all my girls back in the neighborhood I grew up with and stuff like that, they see me on TV and they just jealous. Yeah, I'm gonna be stunting on these hoes. That ooh, girl. You know, it's sad, but that's what it's about.
I'll get Alexis. You moved. I saw Alexis. What are your thoughts?
I looked at it at first. I was thinking, like, is this a joke? Like, because his way of speaking and the way he came across, it seemed like any minute now somebody was gonna be like, oh nah, I'm just joking. Like that's how I felt for a moment. Then I realized, oh, my man's is serious. Oh, he's serious, because ain't nobody say nothing. They didn't crack a smile. They didn't blink. I was like, girl, if you need help, just blink. If you need help, oh my goodness. They all had that look in their face, like don't look at the camera. Don't look at it. Look down. They all so I thought it was funny, but hey, to each his own. I mean, everybody so far that spoke touched on it. Whoever, if that's what you like, that's what you like. Situations can change a person's perspective and how they view things, and that, I think that goes both ways. Because honestly, some of them girls could be from uptown or Silicon Valley. You know that. Daddy issues, you never know, or maybe they just wanted to be rebellious. I don't know, but that they look like they were scared. Did you see them? They was all looking. She's playing with the roses, like.
Yeah,
I see you trying to give them benefit of the doubt, but they were not.
Before I go into my thoughts or whatever, can I get the big screen right quick? I want to do this before I forget.
Hold on. Let me give it to you. Okay, go ahead, Sugarfoot.
I was watching a video, and it showed the sign for if you've been kidnapped. What the sign is?
Yeah, I know what you're talking
about. And it's your hand is like this. You tuck in your thumb, and then you cover it with your fingers. So, hand, thumb, cover. Okay, hand, thumb, cover. That's it.
Yeah, a lot of women have been saved using that.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw a video of a lady who was getting snapped. I mean, the guy actually had her, and she turned around looking like for people to help her, and people in their phones. Nobody's paying attention. And a lady on the balcony. Yeah, a lady on the balcony happened to see her, and she turned around and did that and did this, and they said, "Oh, she's in trouble. She's in trouble." And they ran down and got the guy's attention and dragged her away. So yeah, so I actually saw a video and other videos where that worked. So thumb in or down.
Disclaimer: none of us are kidnapped. I hope everybody doing this. Like,
we just doing this for practice.
Hey, I'm the only dude up here. I did not kidnap these women and put them on camera tonight. All right, beautiful animated. What are your thoughts, sweetheart?
Before she speaks, I just want to say, look, appreciate that. For speaking that out there and putting that there. Really do.
Yeah, because I had to check on my daughter. I was like, Didi, do you know this sign? And she didn't know. She's 19 and did not know. So I had to make sure she knows and teach it to my niece and just anybody. It's not just for females. It's for anybody can get kidnapped.
Well, I'm hard to kidnap, so it's gonna be tough on them getting me. But what's your thoughts, sweetheart?
My thoughts are, ain't nobody got no self-esteem over there. Nobody. Not even the rapper. Nobody has self-esteem. Because anyone with self-esteem would be saying that about their chicks. And no female, no woman would be taking no shit just for clickbait. I have standards. I have morals and stuff like that. You will not put me down to uplift yourself.
They just eat my ass. This is one
right.
Yeah.
They do it together.
Yo, I got something for his ass. I got something for his ass.
Oh wow.
Shoot. That was
you sure did.
He didn't just say it individually. He said sometimes they do it together. I was like, wait, hold on, what? All together? 6 people at one time?
All together.
They must be really.
So they lap it like it's in a bowl or something. I don't know.
Not in a bowl.
I don't.
I have to start calling you Raphael, girl.
I was about to go get mine. I got 2 pair of them right over here in the corner, but I'm gonna leave them alone.
On some weirdo stuff, I did have the idea when you said they did it all together. I'm thinking, do they smack it?
Oh my god!
I'm sorry.
So take heed to the message. Oh my god, I can imagine what she about to give us. What are your thoughts, hon?
I don't want to give y'all nothing. That sound horrible. I'm sorry. Lord, that sound nasty.
So take heed. Let me give you a different question. Since you work with the women and you're really trying to help, if you saw these women, what would be your initial thoughts or action to try to help these young ladies?
Oh my goodness. You know what? I'd have had to take it down south and get some switches and everything from the tree. I would have whooped all of them. I'm sorry. I would have took it down. I would have told them, make sure you bring me a good branch back. Don't bring me no nonsense back. Or I'm braided like how my mama used to do. No.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. They braided, boy. That's that boy. That was the worst ones. They make you pick your weapon. Good.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, that was tough. Sheree, what are your thoughts?
Okay. The first thing that came to my mind was, this is not real. Too many people are just willing to put videos together just for clickbait. I'm like, first, it's not real. Then my mind went to, then who decided? So he obviously let them know what was going on. Like, I'm going to say this. That's why none of them moved. Like, I'm going to say XYZ. So they sitting there like, well, he said it, and they just sitting there. But because my first thought when I saw it was like, is this another Flavor of Love? What's up with the roses? I'm so confused. What is going on right now? Like, he started talking about eating butt, and I'm sitting here like, what man admits that? 1, 2. Now I'm sitting here thinking like, what woman sits here and just I'm like so confused. I'm just lost, and I realized that must mean everybody sitting there is lost. Because ain't no way in the world you are allowing yourself to be in that predicament. You're not. There's no way. Not with a sane mind. You know what I mean? Or not with a thirst for your pockets, because he probably paying him. I didn't know he was a rapper. I forgot who said he was, but I forgot he was a rapper. The thing I know about rappers in the music industry is, they get fake jewelry, or they do this in order to keep up to with certain looks and stuff. So if his jewelry is fake or rented or whatever the case is, then these chicks are rented. And he had to do what he had to do to get some clickbait, just like the baby did when he wore a diaper when he came out. I'm not folding for none of it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not voting for not any of this. This is stupid. It's retarded. And yeah, I'm gonna just pray for all of them because that's ridiculous.
Wow. Thank you so much. Who didn't go? Jasmine, you did, everybody went, right? Everybody? We're just gonna go back to Coach K. Coach K. Yeah, we're coming back to you.
I guess I was just stunned by the booty thing, honestly, but I will say, and so there were 5 women, so he had 5 women. See, I just thought this was a show, like when I first saw it, so I didn't even put 2 and 2 together, to tell you the truth. So I'm thinking I don't know, I would question all of their motives, not saying, that they're wrong or they're not in a relationship that they want, but I would ask, is this, what do you want, 20 years from now? Is this it for you? I'd be loving about it, but I just question the legitimacy. Let's say it is real. I just question it all. And also too, I don't know how I feel about him. He didn't really seem like the I don't know. I don't believe him. So that's all I can say. It's just too much.
It was too much. He had 5 booty eating monsters. 5 booty eating monsters. That's what he had.
They like their chitlins fresh.
I think we need to ask them is what's y'all's idea of money and rich and having money? Because it seems like, like Sheree was saying, they're looking at, just the outside things, whether it be the chains or money or cars, whatever he's showing them. But it's just we need to have a conversation about what real money looks like and what men with real assets look like, and not just to jump on the flashy things. Because like you said, it could be rented, we don't know the real validity behind the things that he's showing. So I think, a big conversation for women amongst each other, we should be, having conversation about what a real man with money looks like, and not instead of jumping on men that are, wearing what they say they own,
Cameron,
rich people are not flashy.
Cameron, it's funny that you said that, right? Because I literally have lady friends, right? And I don't like flashy men, because I feel like if you being super flashy, dude, you out here trying to get more attention than me. You are why are you seeking attention as a man? The only person you need to be trying to get that attention from is me, especially if we're dealing. It's a lot of women out here, especially in our community. They'll look at a man and say, "Oh, well, he got on some type of designer, or he got on jewelry," and they associate that, and they chase after those men because they think because this, especially in the city, especially in Chicago, they think because this man may have on Gucci or a Burberry or X, Y, and Z that means he has money. These niggas be broke as hell. I'm not even gonna lie, these niggas be broke as hell. They got so many places out here where you can go and get fake stuff. I see women going to get the fake stuff, and then they get on here and be trying to pop their ish and try to make it seem like they spent all this money on it. And then that's what people really out here doing. They chasing an image. They chasing an image. They not really chasing values or nothing like that. They looking at an appearance and say, well, if he got on some Gucci, I know he got some money. Homeboy broke his hair, slipping on his mom's couch. How about that?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It seems like everybody's eyes go more so towards the brand name things, but it's just like you said, we don't even know if the brands are real. And I don't want to say you don't want your man to look nice. Of course you do, but I prefer business casual, polos, slim pants, dress shoes type of vibe, So I just think we should be attracted to better, be attracted to better. And if you're attracted to better, then you would have better outcomes with men too, because I think to a certain extent certain men fit a certain caliber you know, they all do similar things if they dress in a certain type of way or move in a certain type of way. So, you know, they all kind of have similarities with each other. So
I think a little of it, just a little of it is generational. Only a little. Because I know when I was growing up, we knew the dudes that had the money was the ones with the flip phones, the bogus shoes, but a nice car. It's like, you know, they knew what to spend money on because they knew the cars were supposed to impress the clients. The flip phone is because they ain't for to spend a whole bunch of money. And the shoes is because they ain't trying to be flashy to get their stuff robbed. They knew what they were supposed to do. Them the ones that really had the money and had the bank accounts and the trust. You knew who they were, you know, growing up. But you went with the flashy boy because it just looks good, you know.
Now, speaking of that, I want to go into something else. Now, the title of the show tonight, the Wall Baby Mama Pandemic, is marriage the solution to that? And I want to start out because I don't know if you guys saw the Instagram video of Keke Palmer, how she's struggling with parenthood right now. And y'all haven't seen it? Anybody?
I've seen her saying,
"Tell me something."
Giving props to single mothers.
I'm about to show it to you right now. She said she's struggling being a single mom. She said it takes a village. She said to hat off to the women who do this single parent stuff.
Okay. No, I thought they were in love.
I'm confused. I could have sworn her and her boo was, you know, doing their thing.
Hold on now. But what I want to do is I want to show you guys Keke before pregnancy and the guy, and Keke after the baby. Okay. All right. And then we'll talk about it. We'll do a breakdown because I know Shoo here. So we definitely gonna do a breakdown because my sister gonna be breaking it down. All right, so let me show y'all the first video. Let me share it with you, and then let's see, where is it at? All right, this is her on the Steve Harvey show talking about men and dating. It's a part one, then we'll stop for a second, and then we'll go into part two, which is even more crazy. Then we'll go to her video of her saying about her. That's the first one. And that's the second half to that. But so far, what are you guys' thoughts? Anybody can go.
I will say this. If you notice if you notice the advice Steve Harvey gave. Now, Steve Harvey, he has daughters. Yeah. So the advice of a man who has daughters, who actually is an active father in their daughters' lives, gives a different kind of advice. Like I said, did you not hear him say you need a man that has something that comes with something?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So, and that is important. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because, like, when we have all these conversations, particularly about, a woman wanting a man who has, this and that, it's because the father, the man in her life who cares most about her, has told her, you need to have a man that has something. This whole idea of a woman coming out of the woodwork wanting a man who has something didn't come from nowhere. Men who have been in their daughters' lives been teaching them that. I don't know one man, even to the men in my life, I don't know one man who actually is an active father in his daughter's life who cares about his daughter has ever advised her to leave from his house to the house or the arms of a man who can't provide for her. So that's more of a message, not just for the women, but also for the men. Yes, women do have some outrageous standards and stuff like that. But at the same time, the whole concept, the idea is this: as a man, you are expected to provide for a woman. So there shouldn't be a complaint about that.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? For any man who has ever been active or has a daughter that he genuinely loves, he don't want his daughter going out there to somebody who ain't going to take care of her.
Yeah.
It's not outrageous or unrealistic for a woman to require or want a man who has something.
I agree with you, Shoo, but I'm not gonna lie. I love Keke Palmer because her energy and her personality just seems so real and so right. And one thing that kind of stood out to me was when she said, like, yeah, I'm listening to you and I'm taking your advice. And she said, like, even when you have these people that have like a higher status, the billionaire, because of his income, they come with problems too. A lot of times in society, we looking at these people because they may be at a different caliber than we are. They may be having a different set of income. We don't look at them like they human beings. Like, it's even like that when we look at celebrities. Instead of us looking at them like humans, we're not looking at them like another person. We're looking at them like, oh, this person is a celebrity. They go through some of the same things that we go through. So, I mean, everybody come with some type of baggage, but I mean, you can't knock her. She feel like the billionaire that he selected for her and told her that he should be with. It's not for her. I mean, the only person that can know that that's the person for her is her, because she'll be the one dealing with him.
Right.
I got pushed back, friend.
Go ahead.
I don't agree with that. I feel like she's literally the example of how we're in the baby mama epidemic we're in right now, is because it doesn't matter if you come. She's literally proven it doesn't matter if you come from a single parent household or not, because she has a man that's in her life who has access to a 1% percentage of men, and she didn't choose the men that he chose for her. She went with the men that she wanted to be with. And I think that what I've been, hearing from being in this space and talking to older, married men, you need to be listening to the man in your life, the men in your life who have your best interests at heart in picking your husband, not you, because clearly she picked wrong when she chose herself. She didn't know how to pick because she clearly says she has a repertoire of exes of billionaires, and you still ended up a single baby mama. So it literally proves she didn't know what she was doing. She should have listened to him, and she should have took the bait for one of the billionaires that he was trying to set her up with, because now she's, you literally in a position of other women that you said you would never be in. She literally had an interview a couple of years ago and was like, I would never be a baby mama. I'm getting that ring first. And it's just like, what happened?
Well, that's interesting. For between then and now, what happened? I would say it's more that has to do more with the economics. Because if you notice, women who have a lot of money, a lot of status, tend not to get married. Oprah never got married. What's her name?
Only Black women.
Yeah. What? No, that's not true.
I'm like, what's
most women who have like a significant amount of, like Rihanna, yet never got married, but they're billionaires. You see what I'm saying? Like, if I get married, I'm not going. Janet Jackson got married, but she got married to a man who had more money than she had.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So that's different. If you're gonna marry up. But like, the higher you get up there, it's harder to find or to get with somebody who has more than you do.
But
right. It's more of a financial, that was more of an economic decision. When you get to a certain level, it's more of a decision based off economics, not necessarily like, oh, we're gonna have a family dynamic.
And see, I would agree with you, but I feel like if that was the case, then they would be putting the family first, because you're technically, your income shouldn't matter in the sense of like the man that you're picking. Like, you shouldn't be comparing what he's making to what you're making. You should be looking at the qualities of him as like a husband and as a man, because you might be passing up your husband if he make like 20K less than you're not going to be with him just because he's not a millionaire. He's a couple, he's just regular. I think that's the issue, is that women think, just because you're a billionaire woman or a multimillionaire woman, that you don't need a man just because you have a bag. Like, you still need a man just because you have a bag. And I don't necessarily think he has to have a bigger bag than you, just for him to be a quality husband for you or a quality man for you,
I mean, well, in that case for them, because of the assets that they have, they're more cool with, we can still be a family, but we ain't got to have the paper to say so. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of that is because, and I've heard women, like, even I have friends who, in situations where, they've been with their partner for a long time, they have a family and everything, but just not married. And because you have a lot of women who feel like, I don't want to be in a situation where I'm stuck. Like, if he acts a fool, he acts a donkey, and here it is. Like, I can't just get out of this. Like, it's a whole process. And then especially with that, like, here's the thing, when you have men in particular, not to say women don't struggle with this, but men in particular, who get a lot of attention, who are in positions where, they have access to a lot of women, tend to, not all of them exercise their options, so to speak, but a lot of them do. And, as a woman, if I am, I'm getting out here working hard and, all my assets and, you sitting up here, exercising your options, and we get divorced, now that it is a dynamic that's changed, like, yeah, you get half of what I work for. I'm paying you to take off with half of my assets when you was the one, exercising your options. Like, how does that work? Like, a lot of them don't feel like that's a fair exchange.
When you
I would I would agree with you if kids weren't involved. Like, I agree with everything until you have a child. You're stuck once you have a child with him. So it's just like, it's like a kind of hindsight situation that women always seem to go through. It's like, why are you having hindsight now that he's not a good man, or you don't feel comfortable leaving him alone with the kids now that you have kids with him? It's like, these are things that we should be establishing prior to them having that family, so that if you do feel like you don't want to be stuck, you can get out. Because I feel like once you have children, that's when the dynamic changes. You shouldn't just be able to walk away just because, oh my God, I don't feel like this is working for me. Like, you have a family now, and the children are what should be the focal point of the situation, not your feelings and how you feel about him. Because how you feel about him should have been established prior to y'all, having children. Like I said, because once you have kids, I think you're stuck, which is why I think I don't think everybody should be married, but I think marriage is for people with children. If you want children, then you should be married, because the children deserve that.
I agree with you. But here's the thing. That requires something that a lot of people do not have, and it's called maturity. Putting the children and what's best for the family or for the children first requires something that neither men or women have: maturity. A lot of people just don't have that. The right thing, or like, the best thing, I would say, the best, what would be in the best interest of the children is to have both their parents, but unfortunately, for one reason or another, they can't get along, or things start falling apart, and ego, all these other, like, insecurities, all this other whatever gets in the way, and they allow that to cloud their judgment. So, unfortunately,
does anybody else have any?
A lot of this what you call co-parenting and stuff is going on, because a lot of times couples get themselves into situations they're really not ready for. Or you have a lot of people out here having kids that really shouldn't have them, because they just not mature enough, not responsible enough, and and it just creates a lot of these dysfunctional situations that leave us in a situation as a community where we are now.
Anybody else have anything on this?
Yeah, because I've just been looking up some research, and this is just one source, but it's interesting that for those who, the top 2 reasons for people being single is the same for those who make 100K plus, or even those whose income is below 50K. And guess what the reason is? Hard to find the right person to marry. Well, what does that mean? Who's the right person? Whatever. But also, I know it's complicated and there's nuance, but why did you find the right person to have a baby with? Did you? Well, it's like just thinking about those things, and I think that's why marriage does require so much commitment and thought. You have to really decide these things. And I wish, unfortunately, nature doesn't require this. It just takes 2 people just to do it, but it's like, if it required as much, maybe people would be a little bit more choosy. But I just think it's interesting. And that chat that you just brought up was interesting too, by the way.
Take heed. Do you got anything?
Yeah, I wanted to step in real quick. I have a problem when women decide that they want to just be with somebody for years and not marry them. I'm gonna tell you my problem with that is when he get called to glory, right?
Mm-hmm.
All the family gonna put in the obituary is special friend. Everything that you own with this brother is gonna be gone because mama gonna let you know that it's hers. She gonna tell you, oh, and even when you tell her, well, I've been with him 15 years, I've been with him 10 years, and mama gonna tell you, well, you didn't marry him. So the government requires me to take it all. And now you gotta go and try to fight the mama for everything you and him worked for. Now, if you have a problem with the fact of you think he gonna take from you, and she think he gonna take from him, you know what I'm saying? Then you go and get you a prenup. You go and break everything down. That's what you need to do. Now, I'm gonna tell you something. I come from a single mother home. I mean, a single parent home. My mama, okay, and I raised one child under us, under just me. I wasn't married. One child, and I'm gonna tell you something. It was the worstest mistake in my life to do that because I made my son suffer. I made him suffer. Now, all the other children, they got the benefit of having a father in the home, someone that they can go to when they feel like they in trouble, somebody they can lean on and be under and aggravate when he get home from work. But my first son didn't have that. And baby, when he got grown, he came to me like a man and was like, Mama, you did me wrong. You robbed me of me having a daddy. I don't care if you was you was in love with him before I was made, right? And I said yes. He said, but then now after I was born, you not in love no more? How did you do that? Why did I have to suffer? And you know what's the sad part? Children ask this. They be grown as day, 25, 26. They ask these questions. And a lot of us from our community, we tell these kids, I'm your mama. I'm your mama. You gonna listen to me. And so now the child shut down. That's only when they a teen, but when they get grown, honey, and they got their own stuff and they don't live in your house, baby, you're gonna have to sit and explain the situation. Okay? You're gonna have to sit and explain it. And most women of our in our culture, they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. You robbed this baby. And I will continue to say that you robbed this baby because if you would have took your time and met the right one. Now there's different circumstances. Something might be going on in your life and you don't see that he not right. That happens. But I'm talking about the regular circumstances where you just opening your legs, and I was one of them, just opening up your legs, doing foolishness and not protecting yourself. Because I have to make myself accountable as well. I gotta sing to the heavens. I was doing nonsense when I had my first child. And so now you got this baby suffering and he looking like, well, mama, then you got married and you had all these other kids and now they daddy is with them and I didn't have that time. And it breaks my heart because I didn't choose wisely. So we have these babies and we want to be the baby mama and we go and try to raise these kids. And then the kids grow up with a miss. They grow up with a miss because the daddy's not there. But we'll sit up there and we'll say, I don't need no man. I'm a strong Black woman. I could do everything by myself. That's the doggone national anthem of Black women that get on my nerve. And whoever started that mess, they need to be smacked in their face. It just aggravates me because these children need that daddy. I don't even care if the daddy a Pookie and Rere. I don't even care. Because they need to know, let the child make the choice if the daddy is good or not. Okay? Not you make the choice, mama. Now you want to know, oh, it might be unsafe for the baby. You wasn't thinking that when you was opening your legs, when you was turned up and doing doggy style. You wasn't thinking none of that. That's the end of my rant.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Alexa.
Okay. So I'm going to be honest and take and say that
I explained to a certain point enough that my 7-year-old daughter can understand. Me and her father are not together as of right now. I have 2 children by the same man who I was with for almost a decade. She asked me in the car one night, she said, and this is the exact words of my 7-year-old. She said, "Mommy, you and daddy were together all those years. I don't understand why y'all never got married." And as a woman, it does hurt. But also, in my faith, and I would say, and I give all glory to God that in my faith, that I'm able to be able to hold my own self accountable and say, "Alexis, you did make this choice as far as being with this man and having children with this man. So you owe her, even with her being 7 years old, owe her some type of explanation in which she could understand." And so I told my daughter, I said, "Baby, mommy wanted to be married to your daddy. You see my father in my life. My dad is still in my life to this day. Matter of fact, while I'm at work, my dad picked up my daughter from daycare and took her to gymnastics. It was her first week starting gymnastics. My dad is active in my life with me being 36. So my children see that. So that's another point why I have to explain, because she's seeing her own grandpa being active in my life. So I have to explain and break it down to her in a way, like I said, that she can understand. Mommy wanted to be married to your daddy. Unfortunately, what your daddy told mommy was that he was not ready. And to be honest, mommy got sick of waiting. I cannot answer on your dad's side. I can only answer from my side. So when you have the opportunity, baby, you should ask your dad how he feels about this. She said, "Okay." And I hadn't had to have any extra conversation after that. But in knowing that and almost to piggyback off of what ma'am said in front of me, was that we have to be accountable to ourselves. And sometimes it hurts because I wanted to be married to her daddy. I told her father that, like, me and him were talking for about 3 months, and I explained to him what my expectations was. I laid out everything to this man. So then for me to still be in this situation, it hurts. But I have to be accountable because I still made that choice. So I told my daughter, I don't talk down to my about their dad to them. I uplift them in a way, like I said, showing them, hey, y'all see mommy's daddy still in her life. I want that for y'all. Like, my dad is still in my life, so I want that for y'all. But I mean, woo, it's hard. It's hard, and especially with 2 children and dealing with somebody. I was in a case to where even my father and my uncle looked and was like, "I just don't understand. We thought that he was just, my uncle gave him the nod and everything. Yeah, that's a good one, Lexus. You did good, and just for things to go the way that they were, like, sometimes stuff just happened, but I still have to be accountable to myself. I also have to be accountable to myself to say, Lexus, you have 2 kids. you know I'm proud enough to say at least it's one father, but I have to take that into myself to say, you know what, things are going to be different for you now. You might not be able to get that same guy that you were able to get almost 10 years ago. Things have changed, and you have to be accountable for that, because that's a choice that you made with being with that man. And even though he told you all these things, that this is what he wanted. I mean, he told me this whole big story about how he was hurt from his parents divorcing, and it was so hard for him. But please, baby, just wait. I'm just working on it. And I waited. It never happened. So here I am as a woman, and I have to explain to my daughter and have to be big enough to explain certain things to her, because I don't want that to happen to her. Nor do I want my son to do the same thing that his dad did, or do something similar to me with a woman. So, I mean, at the end of the day, the choices that we make cannot be unchanged, but we have to be accountable.
So that's everything.
Can I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say much love to Take Heed and to Alexis. Me and Take Heed, we had a conversation, and I really came to grow to love and respect her perspective. A lot of times, and not to make any excuses for women, sometimes things just happen, and I like the fact that you guys said the whole accountability piece. It's a lot of us, when things do happen, we don't want to be accountable for the stuff we had. What we do is we passing down struggle from one generation to the next generation. Our grandma passed down the struggle to our mama passing it down to us, we passing that struggle down to our daughters, and so forth. Alexis, you had said something about you speaking to your daughter. I have a daughter, she's 11. And when we talk about these family things, I think it's super important, even when the father is not in the staying in the home. That does not necessarily mean that he's not active in the child life. Sometimes you can be in a relationship with somebody and you thinking like, okay, we're grown. Because I was engaged. We was looking for houses, and somewhere something happened. I'm just like, you know what? It's not going to work. So sometimes you have to, even as a mother, you have to remove yourself from that situation, because I do believe that your child, especially your daughter, needs to see you being loved properly. Yes, it's super important for your child, especially for a girl child, to see, even for boy kids, they need to see their mothers being loved properly as well. I think it's super important when you have situations like this, because everybody is not fortunate to grow up with both their parents or to have their father in their life, to be able to create that village and have that open form of communication with your child, to creating that safe space. So like, I know, like, even with her dad not in the house, he's still active in her life. I have my brother, I have my dad, I have my ex is still in her life, because he's been in her life since she was 5 years old. So it's all, she have uncles and stuff like that to teach her, okay, well, this is how a man's supposed to treat you. This is how you're supposed to carry yourself as a young lady, because even as a mother, I can only do so much. I could teach her how to be a woman, and I could teach her this is how you carry yourself. But then she need that man that like you said, Take Heed, like they need that father figure. So that father figure doesn't necessarily always come in that form of a husband. Unfortunately, it don't. But I just think it's super important for us as parents, even if you growing, even if this quote unquote baby mama, which I really don't like that term. I hate to say it. I think the baby mama term is supposed to be used for like the ratchet parents, because you got mothers out here that don't really fuck with their kids. They be so quick to drop their kids off. Excuse my language. They so quick to drop their kids off, and I can't speak for nobody else, but I love my baby and I'll rock with her like 100 grand. When she gone, I don't know what to do with myself. I'm like, man, because she's like, the way you carry yourself and the way you see people with their kids, that says a lot about your ability as a parent. So she's like a split image of me, the way she think, the way she talk, the way she carry herself. So, I mean, you're right. It do hurt sometimes when you have to go the extra mile, but just being completely honest and just walking in your truth and just explaining to your children, like, hey, this was not the plan. I planned X, Y, and Z. Things happen. And just because things happen, what, I'm supposed to stop my life? I'm supposed to stop? No, I got to keep moving, and I got to keep rolling with the punches so that I can set a better example to this little child, to let her know, like, this is what a woman's supposed to be. This is how you carry yourself.
Well, I want to just say this real quick to y'all, because I know most of the women on the panel, y'all children are young. Okay. So when my son, in which he's 28 now, so when he was young, I explained, just like y'all doing right now. Y'all talk to them, y'all explain. But there's going to be more explaining when they get older. I want you to be prepared for that. There's going to be more explaining. You're going to have to go into depth with the child about what's the nitty gritty. You will have to sit down and talk with them. But you know what? I jumped off topic when I went on my rant, so I'm sorry. And what my answer first should have been about Kiki Palmer was that she should have listened. She should have took the advice from Steve about dating a good man, because another man can tell you if this man is good or not. You understand? Because they know themselves. Okay. So that's why Steve was trying to give her the advice. But sometimes when we're young, we don't heed the advice of grown-ups. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to listen. We want to do what we want to do. And then when things fall out and it gets bad for us, then we think, oh, we should have listened. Like right now, I bet you she's saying shoulda, woulda, coulda, because being a single mother is not easy. It is not easy. It's not easy for the Titan. It's not easy for anybody. Because for me, raising a son on my own, baby, there was nights I cried. There was nights that I didn't know what to do. There was nights when we went without. There was nights when I ain't have enough money for shoes for me to go to work. I mean, good shoes, clothing, because I had to make sure he had. I had to make sure he had money for Little League, all these things. So being a single mother is not easy. And I take my hat off to all the women who are single mothers. But we got to take accountability. That's the problem. When we learn, and when our culture learns how to take accountability for our actions, things will change. And we'll start looking at different type of men instead of the Pookie and Rere. Because Pookie and Rere come in all colors. You hear me? They come from all backgrounds. You understand? You just gotta be able to determine the one that's right or not. You know what I'm saying? And when I tell young women, when I'm on my platform, and I talk to young women and I say, baby, you better take his name to God. Take his name to God. God is the only one that's going to tell you, because he know our hearts. You understand? All this flashy stuff we wear, all this name brand stuff, baby, God will strip that thing down and know the heart of a person. And he going to tell you yes or no if this person's supposed to be in your life. So that's why I always tell young women, get clarity from God. I'm not the answer. You came to me to get the answer, but I'm not the answer. Maybe I get on social media, I run my mouth because I'm talking from experience. But to get the answer about a good man or a good woman, hands down, I say talk to God. That's the end of my rant.
All right, now I want to play the second. Oh, go ahead. Anybody want to add something before I play the second half to the video?
Yeah, just real quick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to just say that I appreciate y'all's vulnerability, your accountability. It is I am the product of what y'all are speaking. I am that older child of that single mother who does not have a relationship with her mother. It has been over 5 or 6 years since I've physically seen my mother, since I've actually had a conversation with my mother, because she can't take the accountability. We can't have the conversation, because when I got older and I wanted to explore where he was, why the relationship failed, why things were the way that they were, she didn't want to have the conversation. She actually got upset and, how dare you want to figure out why, like you should be worried about the person that stayed. I'm the one that stayed. And it's just like, damn, you expect this, type of trophy for staying, but that's what you're supposed to do. I didn't ask to be here, So as I'm the oldest, I had to be a co-parent with my mother. So hearing y'all's stories, it does hit me personally, because I am, like I said, I am the product of that situation. I don't have a relationship with my mother, and it's upsetting to hear these things, because again, it's like the hindsight always comes after the fact. And it's like, when I try and have that conversation, when I did try and have those conversations with my mother as an older teenager, it's like, you can't be mad at me for wanting to ask questions for a person that I don't know nothing about because of you. And it's like, fast forward now, I'm 23, I'm engaged, trying to build a family for myself. And it's like, I've talked to that man now, and his side of the story is not ending up with what I was told my entire life. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same. And so I was robbed of having that father in my life, because what most women do, I feel like, is they cut off the relationship with the child because the man cut off the relationship with you. And that's what happened to me. He didn't want the relationship with my mother. So she said, oh, you don't fuck with me, you don't fuck with my baby, and cut the relationship off. And that's what most women that I see do, even in the homegirls that I have that are baby mamas now. You know what I'm saying? I know it's a derogatory term, but it's a derogatory position to be in. It is. It's sad to be in. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like the conversation needs to more so be about, you know, like I said, I appreciate the accountability, but you know, like Takey was saying, the they're going to get older and they're going to want to know up front what really happened. Because again, you know, Jasmine, you saying you called off the engagement. It's like, how did we get so far up into engagement that you then realize he wasn't, you know, for you, or that the relationship wasn't going to be beneficial to your baby? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, it's just a lot of, it's hard to hear the hindsight as the child, you know, when, you know, my mother isn't able to give me those answers. But, you know, like Takey said, it's great that y'all are being that, because, you know, your children are going to want those answers as they get older.
Right.
Can I say something since I didn't speak?
Yeah, absolutely, man. And thank y'all for that transparency and that vulnerability. I appreciate that. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm also the oldest of a single parent, and as a product, I don't have any children. For me, the aspect that I see, I just wish more women would just be more honest and say, this is not easy. This is hard. Nobody should be doing this. Point blank, period. Leave it at that. Just leave it at that. Because now some women are thinking it's okay if I'm single. I can do it by myself. I can raise these children by myself. They think it's okay because they see their mama doing it, or they see somebody else doing it, and they say it's okay. And single women, when they have their children, they be like, I did this, the energy that she was just talking about, like, I did this, I could do it by myself. And no one is saying, no, don't do that. It's not fun and it's not easy. I watched my mother, just like I was the second parent. I don't have any children today because I never got married. I said, no, I don't want that life. You know what I mean? And I wish more mothers would take accountability when they had that conversation. My mama just straight up told me I should have never been with your daddy. She just put up straight up, just told me I should have never been with your father. My daddy told me not to be with him, and some people didn't like him, and I still stayed with your daddy. I should have never been with him. Left it at that. What can I say? She owned up to a mistake. I should have never been with him. Point blank, period. What else? What? Nothing else for me to say. So I just wish more people would just be honest and just tell the truth. No, do not become a single parent. Yes, take heed to people who have been on this earth longer than you and more experience. Just take what you can and listen. No, you do not want to be by yourself raising children. Yes, some men are good, some men are bad. Listen to other men that you can really pay attention to. No, have the flat out answers.
Yes.
And no excuses, no none of that. Because when those kids get older, they're going to get to a point where they're going to be another parent. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. Because my auntie, she's been married to my uncle for 22 years. And she said, it's not easy raising kids, and I got my husband. I can only imagine what a single woman is going through. Like, that's that you don't, it's not even easy when you with somebody else because it's another opinion. So by yourself, it's not easy. So
I'm gonna say,
Sheree,
you said something. Your mom, she admitted it, and a lot of us who grows up with that grew up with just a single parent, that sometimes that's all we really be wanting our mother to do is admit. Like you said, she admitted, like, I should have never had children. I agree with both you and Cam. Being a second parent, I'm 10 years old, so I had my first 7 year apart, then the one after that with 10 years. I was getting taken out of school every day to babysit. So now I be having my baby, and I'm like, man, every now and then I be needing a babysit. And it's like, I raised my kids, and I be like, did you really? I was raising the kids. Like, I'm out here trying to do things for myself, and I need that support. So in that aspect, it is hard, because even with the father being around, you got to think about it like he got to work too. The men have to work too. They have to provide too. So it's just like really creating that, like I said earlier, creating that village. It sucks that a lot of women, it's not, I know we say women need to take accountability. We all need to take accountability. Even for myself, like, I'm not gonna lie, I never wanted children. So even when I'm so open and I'm speaking to the fact that I've never wanted children, I never wanted children. And the reason why I never wanted children, because like growing up, I experienced a lot of sexual trauma, on top of being a second parent. So I vowed to myself that I wasn't going to have any children. And then I was kind of forced because of my mental state. My family didn't think it was appropriate for me to have a child based off my mental state. So I was forced to get an abortion. So once I got pregnant the second time and I decided to, with my daughter's dad, I'm like, you know what? All of that mental stuff that I was feeling going through that abortion, like, I don't care what nobody's saying. I hate how women get on the internet and just be like, oh, soon I get pregnant, I'm gonna go to the chop shop. That stuff is not cool. It really takes a toll on you psychologically. If you really care about yourself and your body and you care about your mind, it really plays a toll on you psychologically. So I knew what that made me feel like mentally. I felt like shit, because I knew it was something that I didn't want to do, but I understood where my family was coming from. I wasn't in the mental state because at that point I had already tried to commit the S word. I ended up keeping her, and that was the reason why I kept her. And I knew that at that moment I wasn't ready to be a parent. I knew her father wasn't ready to be a parent, and I know I can take accountability and say that was selfish of me to try to put that responsibility off on me and another human being. We was both in college. We really didn't have any jobs like that. We was trying to figure this whole life thing out. And it wasn't until I want to say a few years ago where I started looking at my life like, man, like I got this precious little girl and she's going to grow up to be a woman someday. So now she's at that age where where Alexis was saying, like I said, my baby was 11. She's at that age where I'm like, okay, well, I just create that safe space for her. And I be honest, in our house, it's not like her father don't exist, but I don't talk about him just because me and him didn't see eye to eye. His relationship with her has nothing to do with me. I create that safe, like, look, she got her own phone. If you want to talk to her, you could talk to her. I don't intervene with their relationships. And I think that's what a lot of Black parents do. A lot of Black mothers, they intervene because it's a control thing. Like you were saying, like, well, if you don't want me, then you don't want the child. And that's so jacked up because sometimes you do have men that want to be in their children's life. They just don't want to be in your life. So, I mean, I really do think that a lot of us do need to take the accountability part, because I'm listening, and I don't know what I'm going to tell my baby when she get of age or when she get a little older and she want me to explain. But I know right now, all I tell is that, like, your father love you and I love you, and that's all that matters. That's all I could tell her, is that I love her and we both love her unconditionally. I tell her, like, that she had two sets of parents. Like, you don't know how lucky you is. You got two sets of parents. You got a set of parent over here. You got a set of parent over there. Most kids don't even have one parent at home. So that's the only way I can try to flip off that narrative, because I don't believe in, like, whatever answers that he have for her, those answers that he has to answer for her. Why things didn't work out for us. I don't tell her that. I just say, sometimes when you love somebody, things happen. People go through things. We could have been going through something mentally. So I know, because I suffer from a lot of mental and emotional trauma, I always speak from that standpoint when I'm talking to my child. Like, okay, well, mentally, I wasn't right. I could take accountability for that. I wasn't right mentally. So whatever other questions you have, even though her father response is not the same, I can't control what somebody else is say, because that's his narrative. And we all have our own narrative. I always say it's three sides to every story: his side, my side, and the truth. And sometimes you may never really get to the truth, because one person may always say something that make themselves look good. And I hate that we have to tear somebody else's down, tear the next person down to build ourselves up. But I really do, I appreciate all of you ladies on here talking about the whole accountability piece. And that's all I'll be talking about. Like, man, I wish most people were more accountable. But things do just happen, and sometimes it's outside our control. And I think when stuff happens, we don't have to stop our life. Just keep rolling with the punches and just don't give up, and just try to stay focused. Stay focused on the positive.
Beautifully said.
Yeah, hey, beautifully said. So I'm gonna play the second part of the video. Man, this has been a great conversation, guys. Thank you. I'm gonna play the second part, and then we can discuss that. Then we'll play the climax to that part of what she is saying. Because that ending, the one after this is, man. But let me play. Let's see.
Can I go first after this video?
Yeah.
But
All
she
right.
wants. Okay. All right.
Do y'all want me to play the third video and then y'all talk about it?
Go ahead.
Okay, let's do that.
Can I just say that right there needs a woo cha?
Man.
Oh man, I got some stuff to say.
Yeah. I'm finna play the third one, and then y'all gonna see. This is what she's saying now, being a single parent now. All right, this is after the baby. Here we go.
If you are a single parent, pull out your cape. Matter of fact, clip off your angel wings, because I don't know how you did it. And I really don't want this to sound like, pandery or something like this, because I know there's 1,000,001 reasons why somebody wants to be a single parent or has become a single parent. Maybe they lost somebody. Maybe they don't want to deal with somebody. Maybe it's a choice. But when it comes to raising a kid, I've already learned in these short few days that it takes a village. And sometimes that's a privilege. And I just want anybody out there that is a single parent that's been doing this, friends of mine, people that I don't know, family members of mine, I'm really in my heart, bring tears to my eyes. I am just truly, profoundly impressed.
Okay. You're muted.
Go ahead, Coach K, and then we'll get everybody
Okay,
else.
I'll try to be quick. So on the previous video, I just think it's interesting how she talked about how she doesn't want, or how she wants a guy that has something, which I can imagine that's hard. She has wealth and wanting a guy that also has wealth. But then later on, she says that, a guy has to bring more than just money. Okay. But also, I want to know what energy she brings when she approaches men with this kind of mindset. Like, nothing's going to work when you're thinking like men are like that. Now, there's a lot of truth to it, I'm sure. But I just, you can only control what you can control, and you can control your energy, how you show up, and how you're acting with, the certain men, or what spaces you're in if you're looking for a man. The second thing, because I'm always going to push women to, you don't blame other people. You take, responsibility for yourself. But I understand too. Also, with the other thing, I'm not gonna really comment so much on the third video, but something that I found interesting with the last conversation we were having was that in terms of child poverty, school failure, mass incarceration, just huge societal issues, family stability is a better predictor than factors like race, government spending, and education. Family stability is so important for these things and how these children grow up. And this, obviously, I know, speaking on the Black community, but I'm even for the white community, the numbers for single motherhood has gone up like 23% in the last, I don't know, a couple decades. So, I mean, this is a whole Western issue, for sure, but it's just a big deal. Even if single moms can provide, bust their ass to provide for their children food, shelter, clothing. The really important factors, though, that might be affected are what's on the inside, which is that behavior, those, their cognitive health, their mental health, emotional health, all those things, which can appear later on. So I just wanted to add that information. But yeah.
So,
all right, anybody who else wants to go? Yeah, go ahead.
So I want to talk about the second video first. I'm not gonna lie, Sister Kiki is not wrong. In that second video, I feel like she's not wrong, because even as a man, you will want to be with somebody that's interested in you, that's interested in you as a person, and not just what you got in your pockets. I don't think it's wrong for a woman to want somebody that values her as a person, that's interested in that takes interest in her. I don't think it's wrong. But for that last video, that goes to what I was saying earlier when she said it takes a village. Yeah, just because you single, and that's why I say I really don't like the term baby mama. I think the term baby mama is really for the ratchet people that don't take care of their kids. But just because she's single, that doesn't necessarily mean that she's raising that child by herself. And unfortunately, it said that some people may not have a village. I know, especially when my daughter was small. I thank God that I was blessed I was blessed to have that village. Her dad, his family, my family. I had friends. Like, it's so crazy how everybody was rotating my daughter because we both was trying to work. He was away in military. I was working in the jail. I had to go to the academy. So I will be at the academy. I will be at the academy. Now you got this person watching home Monday, this person this person watching home Tuesday. And unfortunately, we all don't have that support. But even with that support and having that village, it's still hard. It's still hard. You can have 50 people helping you. It's still hard. It's still hard. So, I mean, like I said, kudos to anybody with kids, whether the father in the home or not. But I don't know, especially being a mother without the father in the house, I can get on here and wholeheartedly say, like, it can be difficult sometimes. It can be definitely difficult. So what she said, take off your cape or cut off your wings. I think you need the cape and the damn wings. I ain't gonna lie. An extra set of wings.
Right. All right. Anybody else want to jump in there?
I want to comment on the second video first.
Okay.
In the second video, it was what she was saying. She wasn't wrong. I pay attention to energy and vibes, and I love Keke Palmer. But sometimes her energy be like, I don't know. I can only imagine how them dates go. I just really can't. I just don't.
Right.
Those dates with Keke Palmer probably ain't no more fun than the billionaire who think he could buy her. Like, they probably, both of them in they money privilege energy, and it's probably just a hell of a date. That's all I can say about that, because I just, woo, I think she's calling the kettle black. Like in my opinion, the way that her energy is coming off, it's just how she came off. The third video, talking about how she's giving her cape off to single mothers. I don't know if she's single or anything like that, because she didn't really say. All she said in there was, she just gave her hat off because it takes a village, and it does take a village. A couple needs a village too, because couples need to make sure that they in a good space to even take care of the kids. That means they still need their date nights, and the kids can't come. So they need their village for when they need to drop them kids off, so that they can keep, loving on each other to make sure the house is good. So,
good point.
I think that she's noticing that. You know what I mean? She's seeing that for herself. So that's why she's thinking to herself. It could be her thinking to herself, like, if I didn't have him, you know what I mean? Like, whoa, this is not what? Especially when you got a newborn, they don't sleep. You know what I'm saying? So if they don't sleep, you don't sleep. Right. So I can only imagine. You know what I mean? You don't sleep and it's just you. So yeah, that's really all I got to say about that.
So I wanted to say something real quick. So the second video, I'm quite sure the way Keke talk on TV, she talk like that in real life. I mean, she got some hood in her. You can hear it. You understand? Because you can hear it in me when I talk. You can hear that hood when I talk. Unless I'm dealing with money, then I switch up.
She from Robin.
I'm saying that you can hear that hood in her. You hear me? So I'm quite sure she come at him like, well, da 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 da, and run this down. And so men looking at her like, with two steps. Because when I married my husband, right, and I came at him like, da 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 da, my husband was like, see, you're not gonna talk to me like that. You see what I'm saying? So when you get a man that's gonna let you know, like, nah, you're not gonna talk to me like that. Especially when you got someone that come from a 2-parent home and they know what a man's supposed to do, and they know how a man's supposed to act and how a woman is supposed to treat the man. You know what I'm saying? So it's a different type of atmosphere when you grow up and you grow up under your mother being a single mother. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that she grew up under her mother being a single mom. I'm not sure. I don't know. But when you grow up with a single mom, you have a different type of vibe. You handle things differently with the men. And especially if you the oldest child, because I was the oldest out of all my siblings. You understand? So you are like technically the husband to your mama. And it's sad to say that. But you turn into the husband that your mama needed. Because I was responsible for everything in my house. Every little thing my mama made me responsible. All those bad children she had, I had to watch all those kids. When they did something outside and somebody wanted to fight them, who the mama sent me outside? Out there and beat them up and bring that girl inside. And I had to do that. And then if I ain't beat them up right, mama send me back outside, go get them again, because you ain't do it enough.
Hey.
You know what I'm saying? So I grew up a little different from some of y'all on this panel, and from Kiki too. But I'm saying now I think now for the next video, the last video, she cried, and I'm gonna tell you why she cried. It's not that she is doing everything on her own. It's not that, because maybe the brother is helping her. But she cried because she understands now that being a single mom is hard. You see what I'm saying? Being a single mama is hard. And see, social media and also our culture, they tell you you're a strong Black woman. You could do it. You see what I'm saying? Anything that happened to us, they tell us you're a strong Black woman. But for other cultures, they don't tell them that. They tell them, baby, go to school and you're going to get married. You see what I'm saying? But in our culture, they tell us, live your life, enjoy, have a hot girl summer. Well, that's a new word, hot girl summer. But they tell you, enjoy, do whatever you want to do. Those men going to be there. But reality, baby, they don't be there. The reality is not, they don't be there. You know what those men do? They can't wait for you. So they go on and marry Susie and Lisa and Michelle that want to get married. That's what they do. Okay. And so now you done got 3 and 4 kids, and you run into him after those 3 and 4 kids, and he get out this nice car, and you looking at him, and he get out and he go and open up the door for his wife, and you look and you surprised. Oh, you married? And you know what he say? Yes. And then you turn around and say, these my 4 kids. You see what I'm saying? We got to get out of the narrative of just being a baby mama. Let me tell you something, and I say this on my channel. You are not designed to be a baby mama. You are designed to be a wife. Okay? You are designed to be a wife. And people will sit up here and tell you, these grown people my age, women my age, get up here and tell these young women, you don't need no man. You're going to be all right. That's not how God designed you to be. That's not. That's why a lot of us women, we suffer in silence. We go through nonsense trying to raise these kids because we be trying to spin the narrative of listening to these foolish women get on social media and tell you straight out, you don't need no man. You don't need no man. You know what I do? Let me tell you something. I'm going to quickly tell y'all, and I'm going to shut this down real quick. I'm going to be quiet after this. What happened was, when I have a situation, I don't care where I go. If I had a situation and the ghetto and the ghetto take heed couldn't come out, and I had to hold her back, you know what I'm saying? Because I get out of line sometimes. When I had to hold her back and I couldn't fight for myself. Say somebody did something to me and I couldn't fight for myself, and I had to just swallow my pride. When I come home, I look at my husband and I say, I need to sit under you for a little bit. Just like that. I need to sit under you for a little bit. I need you to hold me just a little bit. Okay? So when people sit up and tell me, I don't need no man and this and that, baby, I need mine. I need mine. I can't even wait till these kids get grown and we got this house to ourselves. That's the end of my message.
My Lord. Anybody else want to say something before we get into this?
I do.
She needs to be in the speakers all around the damn freaking country. Okay.
Let me say this, because the one thing about me, I do understand it in every situation in life, there's always multiple factors at play. So I'm the one that always introduces other factors at play. So one of the problems with single motherhood, a lot of it too, is see, we don't talk enough about how people get gaslighted and how women fall so hard for all these lies and all these sweet talks and nothings that men will feed them.
Yes.
And one thing Keke Palmer said in that second video that is so true. You got a lot of men out here who don't really want nothing from you. I call it just waste your time. What do I mean by that? I have a lot of men who try and holler at me, and the vast majority of them want nothing more than to waste my time. And what do I mean by that? I don't mean they approach me or they approach other women with the whole idea, ha, let me see if I can waste her time today. Like, no, that's not how it happens. What it is they approach you with the underlying intentions of only wanting a sexual relationship, only wanting, like, you know what I mean? Like, because even though they say, oh, I just want to take you out, I just want to get to know you better. And even when you express your intentions is, I ain't looking for nobody to kick it with. I ain't looking for nobody to chill with. I am looking for a relationship that is leading to marriage. That's what I'm looking for. And they will still pursue you, knowing good and well they do not want a relationship, knowing good and well they don't even believe in marriage. Or I do you one better. You got a lot of these guys that will get in a relationship with you. And yes, that marriage is something they want in their future. But at the moment at which they know you are not the one, will continue on with you and will still sell you dreams and what we call wolf tickets. Lie after lie after lie, dragging you on, dragging you out, years after years going by. Your youth, your beauty, everything else going on. Y'all even got kids, but no good and well, he ain't marrying you. You got a lot of guys out here like that. And women, you got to be aware and understand at the moment where, and for men who do this, you wrong. And even if you in a relationship and at the beginning, your intentions were, yeah, I really like her. I think I could see her as my wife. But the moment you know she's not the one, you need to cut it off.
Facts.
Because from then on, you are wasting her time. And a lot of women get caught up and they lose some of the best years of their life because they're sitting in a relationship or they fooling around with a man who wants nothing more than to waste their time. That's something you got to be aware of too, because it happens a lot.
A lot.
And then I wanted to say something else too, make a comment to what Taki was saying. A lot of those guys who end up marrying somebody else from another, community, a lot of it is because sisters wasn't paying them no attention. And what often ends up happening is they end up either in a red pill rage or, you know what I'm saying, something in the manosphere shouting, women are evil, you know what I mean? Unfortunately, it takes going through some bad experiences and getting your heart broken a couple of times before you can really appreciate somebody of value. And unfortunately, it's like that. But I would say this: learn from the mistakes of others. And this is to all the young girls out here. Learn from the mistakes of others. Yeah. How many women on this panel have said single motherhood is not the way? It's not for you. Trust and believe. It's not. If one person is saying something about a certain subject, okay, you can say, I don't know. I might have to question that. But if multiple people are saying the same thing, then guess what? It is not the deal. It is not the way. That's not what you want. If you want marriage with someone, number one, you do need to watch them for a while. Because a lot of times, all the times, we get in these relationships and we get so caught up, our heads get filled with all these fantasies and the idea and the Disney fairy tale of what our life can be. And we completely overlook and are blinded to all the signs that said from get-go, he is not the one. But yet, because we get so lost in these Disney fairy tale princess stories, we will sit up here and try and make something work with someone who it is not going to work with. And another vital mistake women make is thinking a baby is going to make a man want you or stay with you. It never works. It never has in the history of human creation. It never has worked. And trust and believe, you, baby girl, ain't going to be the first to make it work. So all these mistakes, learn from the mistakes of others. They are mistakes that you should not be making because you see the outcome. You see what can happen, what it leads to. The most powerful possession you have is choice. Make better choices. Yeah. Do not use the excuse of, oh, well, my mama did it. Oh, she did it. They did it. Yeah, and look at the outcome of the choice they made. What outcome do you want? If you don't want that same outcome, then don't make that choice. That's my message. I'm sorry to go on this.
No, it's not because. Yeah, I have a question.
That's it. I'm sorry.
So I have a question because earlier when they were talking about accountability. Now I do understand that there are men out here who are not worth two dead flies smashed, and there are also the Booger Wolf community. Is also at an all-time high. Now, when it comes to women being held accountable, because somebody was talking about accountability earlier, I think it was Jasmine. I think when you get with a man and you like you said, learn from other people's mistakes, but when you get with a man and a man is with you and he's consistently playing games, you know what? Somebody told me one time, I was at a church one time, and their pastor and his wife was horrible. They were horrible people. And I left the church. I said, can't be a part of that. And my sister was still there. And I said, girl, what are you still doing there? She said, I'm just waiting on God to tell me to leave. I said, he already told you. Right. He already used other people. He opened your eyes and showed you these people who they were. And you still there. And I think that's what it is in relationships as well. Sometimes women get so complacent with the toxicity, I'm comfortable. I ain't going nowhere. And they know it's bad for them, and they'll stay. They'll just stay.
Another thing that we hold on to is hope. Like we hope that he'll change into the person that I want him to be. Or what women get caught up in too is, if I show him how good of a woman I am, then I can change his mind.
But see these, but now what's the mental? But then the question would be for those women, what mental state are those women in where they cannot see the game? Because I grew up with my mama, and I used to hate my mama. I don't hate my mama. I used to hate what she used to say. Oh yeah, women have discernment, baby. You ain't coming here with that bullshit, or we cutting that shit down at the door. And I used to say, damn. So then I used to hear other women say it. Oh, we got discernment. We don't no man coming playing us. And then those be the main women that are in be with a man so long. That damn it is law. They might as well just by law they married. I'm like, auntie, yeah. Uncle Roosevelt get married? Oh no, we've been together so long, baby. We might as well say it. But then you're the one that say women have discernment. Ain't y'all been together for 27 years?
Well, black man, I'm gonna agree with Shushu. You said, what mental state do these women be in? The mental state is delusion. Delusion, that's the mental state right there. Delusion. I don't know if clinically you can diagnose somebody with delusion, but that's what it is. Delusion.
Agreed. I agree.
And
but that's not.
Oh.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to.
Go ahead.
Okay, real quick, just wanted to piggyback off of everyone's points. I do appreciate y'all's perspectives because I'm listening, I'm hearing what y'all are saying, and a lot of it, I do agree with. But I do just have a little bit of pushback, just a little bit. So for me, I always say, I will give every single mother or baby mama the first baby. You know what I'm saying? I know things happen. I know life happens. You know what I'm saying? But for women, like my mother, or which are the majority that have 2, 3, 4, and 5 with multiple men, it's like, okay, when do we start taking accountability for the common denominator here? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think every single parent, to Jasmine's point when you were saying the kudos, I don't think every single mother deserves kudos, because every single mother isn't doing what she's supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? Some of them are choosing single motherhood. Like I said, I'll give you the first baby, but after baby 2, 3, 4, and 5, it's like you're choosing this lifestyle. You know what this lifestyle looks like. You know that it's hard. You hear the stories, and then now you're living it yourself. It's like, how many times do we have to continue going through the same things for you to let it click that, okay, this isn't something I should be doing, So just to that point, but I just think, like to Sheree's point, setting a standard, we do need to start, just setting plain standards. There does need to be, these are things that you do need to do. These are things that you don't need to do. We can't, I think it's great that there are single parents that are, doing what they're supposed to be doing, but I just feel like if we're going to congratulate them, it kind of dims, in my opinion, it kind of dims the people that are doing it right, that are, having marriage and, building their families in marriage. Because then it's like, well, if everybody gets, kudos and everybody gets a great job, then what is the standard? What are we really shooting for? We have to, I just feel like we should be shooting for and telling people to push for, marriage and establishing their families that way, so we won't have, the loud voices of the people that are, not in the position they want to be in with their families.
Right. And to piggyback on that, it's when you say set a standard, even with my daughter, I say the same thing. Baby, you got to set a standard. And when you set a standard, then you won't have to worry about all the things that Shushu just said, because you already set a standard. You have to know, when I get with a man, he needs to know that I'm in the mind of being married and I want a family. He needs to have that same mindset.
And one thing, Black Man, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but not only set a standard, but stand on
in your square. Exactly.
What a lot of times what happens is, like, yeah, women, we have our standards, but like we get scared to stand on that because we're afraid of scaring him off. Listen, honey, you ain't got to be scared to hold on to the first one that come along, honey. Trust and believe. You are a woman. And listen, trust me, a heterosexual man, another heterosexual man will come along. You are born with intrinsic value, honey. You are a woman. You will always be able to catch a man.
Can I?
Hold on, I will say this. Hold on, real quick. Yes, you can get another man, but then the mindset of most men change. And the reason I'm saying this from a man's perspective. If a woman, like Take Heed said, if I'm with a woman and I'm good to this woman and she chooses to say, well, I just want to do something else. It's not you, it's me, right? And then she goes on to have 4 kids, and I see her at the grocery store, and she's saying, these are my 5 kids, and she got 3 baby daddies and 5 kids. I'm like, what man would want to take on that responsibility? What man would want to take on 5 kids that are not his? What man would want to do that up top? Unless he's a man, and I'm just saying this, unless he's a man that has exhausted all his options, a man that, because we had a lady on the show, I tried to get her to come tonight, but she had something else to do. The man that just got out of prison, right? Because I had her on the show, she said, the guy got out of jail. He came to our house, got what he wanted. He only come back on her paydays. All this. I wish she was here tonight. But because she was that mother that I'm talking about as well. And she said that the guy in prison, or she said one guy, he really liked her, gave her great sex, and then she said, let's go to the concert. He's like, no, I'm busy. I can't go nowhere. Oh, baby, let's go to the movies. Oh, no. He don't want to be seen with her. And I told her that. I said, if he don't want to be seen with you, he either got a whole nother family somewhere else, right? Yeah. Or he don't want to be seen with you, period. And she's what, 39-ish, right? So he don't want to be seen with you. And now she done found out he got this bad, fine 26-year-old woman he engaged to. They about to get married. Oops. But I tried to tell you, you weren't listening to me. And I tried to have her here tonight, but she has something else to do because she don't mind telling that story. I would let her, her tell all of it because I didn't give you all of it. But yeah, he just used her and she had the same mindset. I'm a woman. Ain't nothing for me to get no man. Okay, but the man you are attracting is what? Men that don't want to be seen with you, they want to come have sex with you, get a little bit of that money, right? They digmatize you, get your finances, and then they move on to the women they really want to be with.
But also, what I was saying is like standing on your standard.
Yeah, stand on you. That's what I was about to allude to.
Because
don't settle.
A lot of women like fall back or relax off of their standards because they're afraid of losing the man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's what I was saying. Like, if he's not the that guy, he can't respect your standards, then another guy will come. You know what I mean? You ain't gotta sit there and just be like,
It's the man's fault. Because you were saying earlier, like the man should, like, if he feels like this isn't what I want to do, he should speak up. But do you think it's the man's fault, or that he should speak up if, like, you're a woman and you're saying you have these standards, and it's like then you should recognize that he's not, giving you what you're asking for? So I do agree that yes, he should speak up. Both people should be vocal, but it's like you don't have to. If you do have the standards, you don't have to stay with the man. So it's like,
right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to stay, like for instance, if okay, or this is more dating with intention. You know what you're looking for.
Address this for me too, Shushu.
You're looking for a serious relationship. Like that's what you're looking for. And the guy is like, yeah, well, you know what, y'all vibing and stuff like that. And you let him know, I'm looking for a serious committed relationship that leads to marriage. I'm looking to get married. And he give you an answer like, oh yeah, that's cool, but I'm just looking like, what I'm saying, for somebody to kick it with right now. Most women, what they would do is go along with it, hoping that or thinking that eventually it could turn into something. And a lot of times, more often than not, what happens is they continue on with that and it doesn't turn into a relationship. You know what I'm saying? And then they get upset because now they're emotionally attached. You know what I mean? As opposed to standing on their standard when they said, no, I'm looking for a serious committed relationship. And you're not looking for that, that's fine. This was cool, but we need to go our separate ways. That's what should be done. And what you know what I'm saying? Rather than just kind of like acquiescing to like, oh, all right, well, that's not really what I want, but maybe no.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Then thank you, sir. This was nice. And also, he don't waste his time. He wasting his money.
Yeah, and see,
but after you finish that, I would like to hear all of you guys thoughts on what Miss She said. It said in the comment right here.
Hey, Miss She said, how you doing?
but yeah, like I agree with you, Shushu. But it's like that's what I mean. At the point that he's has that answer for you and it's not what you want to hear, and they continue to pursue that situationship or that wannabe relationship, then that's when the accountability from the woman has to come in and be like, okay, you can't blame somebody for something that you stayed in, because that in that moment, that was him being upfront, telling you he didn't really want marriage, he didn't really want a relationship, whether he was being, upfront with you or he put in an innuendo in the conversation, he still basically said, that's not what I want. And so as a woman, like you said, you have to take what they're saying and listen to what he's saying. If a man with real intent to marry you, and real, he wants a family and things like that, he's going to have different conversation. He's going to talk to you a different type of way and treat you a different type of way. So it's like, we need to be picking up on that. And in that moment, there, like hope doesn't exist. You need to be working with the man that's going to work with you and actually showing you what you want to see.
I agree with that. I'm sorry. Did I put something wrong?
No, you good.
Real quick, I'll be quick. So I think there's a lot of talk about standards and what a woman wants. Yeah, she knows she wants a lot of things, but does she know why she wants them? And I said this on a panel earlier. What are like the top 3? You know, because you're gonna have to give, you know, take some and leave the rest, possibly, you know, I can't think of the word, whatever. But anyway, it's like, so what even is a reason for this? And also long-term thinking, like young women especially, like I wish, I'm 28, so I'm still young, but I wish I would have known when I was 20 what I wanted long term as it pertains to marriage and kids and what that looks like and will require, because I grew up in a single parent home with my dad. He was great, but like no one really pushed any of me or my sisters to start thinking of these things and what that looked like and what, you know, a man what that requires, because my parents were divorced anyway. So it's like, you know, they can be fooled, but I think women are also too, they're focused on things that they can't control, and not paying attention to the things that they can control, which is what their intentions are, how they're spending their time and with whom. And it's like that's the most empowering thing. You know, feminism and all that crap is empowering, but I think the most empowering thing is controlling your damn self and your actions and what it is that you want. Um and making sure that that aligns for what you want 20 years from now. I always say this and I'll never stop saying it. The reason I'm married today is because of Kevin Samuels, because he said no one really talked to me about the wall or whatever. And I was with my now husband. We were dating for at least 4 or 5 years, and we didn't really talk about marriage. We were just coasting. And when I started listening to him, I'm like, oh shit! Like it's either we, and this is the position. I said that I wanted kids, but I want eventually, and I wanted kids within a marriage. Although I love him so much, we're married now. But if he didn't want marriage, I was going to have to walk away because I had to be intentional with what I wanted, and I was going to do it within marriage, you know? Uh, it I did hit him with an ultimatum, but that's because I was hitting the wall, right? Well, like I'm about to, you know? So I know, Trey. But the thing is I had to take, you know, responsibility for it all. And luckily it worked out in all the ways and very happy. But anyway, just wanted to say women, control what you can control. That is the most empowering thing. And don't blame anyone else because it's going to get you nowhere. Okay, bye.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah. Can y'all address this as well? So because I want to address this, and then we can go into what you want to say. But anybody want to jump on this real quick? For Miss She said, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's basically what I said earlier when you asked the question. What was the mindset of women, right? And that's why I said delusional. A lot of times, and I'm gonna just say, maybe the first time when you make something happen, you say, okay, well, I made a mistake. The second time something happened, you're like, okay, I should have known because it is. But then after the third, fourth, the fifth time, it's like it becomes a pattern. A lot of times, most women, we're not doing better. One, because of the accountability, because we lack accountability. We want to put the finger off and put the blame off on somebody else. But a lot of times, I can't say that most women are intelligent or they have the discernment. Because if you knew better, you would do better. And a lot of times, even with knowing better, even with claiming to have known better, I mean, it makes you just look crazy as hell if you're still making the wrong choices. And I can say that from my own personal experience. I've been in situations where I was trying to see the good in somebody. I was sticking around for way longer than what the expiration date was. So that's why I feel like I can get on here and say that. I knew better, but I wasn't doing better. So could I really say that I've known better? No, I didn't. I was just making some dumbass decisions and I didn't want to take accountability. But once I put myself in that situation where I started taking full responsibility of all the choices and the decisions that I made in my life, then it started to make sense. Things start to change. So that's what it is. The delusion. We have this ideal in our mind that we can change, like Shushu was saying. That's why I was agreeing with her earlier. We have these ideas where we can, if we stick around long enough, we can change him. He gonna change his man. Or a lot of times we in relationships with men and we're acting like a wife when we're not even a wife. I said it on your show. I think that was Friday. How I was in a relationship for 6 years. 6 years. Bought a house, everything. And this, I was acting like a wife to somebody that was not my husband. That, I mean, in that situation, I can't blame him. I mean, because I do understand it takes two to tango, but as a grown ass woman, I have to take accountability for my own actions. I can't point that finger at that man.
Now I want to put this up because Miss She said said something about what Coach K said. She said, "Word, Coach K. I heard there wasn't a wall for women." So that's the segue into what we're going into next.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead. And anybody else want to talk about what we just talked about real quick, and then we'll go into the next one.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, Cameron took one of my points. Now, I can't feel sorry for single mothers who have more than one kid. I just don't understand it. I got one, and that was enough. Because, I mean, like I said, mine was unplanned, but I wasn't going to just keep the ball rolling like that, not married and popping out a baby. Like, no. I stopped at one, so it can be done. So, yeah, I don't understand these single mothers with all these
beautiful
babies.
animated. I have a relative who's a female, very beautiful girl. Oh, she is so pretty, guys. I mean, she could be married, but guess what? She had that first kid, and it was like, you remember anybody like tattoos? You know how you get that first one, then you got to go get another one and another one. Her babies were like tattoos. She had that first one. They're all staff steppers. I think they're right now. I think they're 18, 17, 15, 14. She has 8, 12. And she's she has 8, but she's 33. But watch this. So the thing is, I'm like, and all of them have different fathers. It's 8 different men, guys. And I had her on the show. She said, my internet not working. I understand. But and this was months ago, about 4 or 5 months ago. I had her on the show and her internet kept chopping up really, really bad. And I say, damn it. But she lives in the country, so we know how that is. But she has 8 kids, 8 fathers. Right? And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. If I burn my hand on that damn stove the first time, I'm gonna know next time to be very careful about that stove.
Yeah.
How could you have that many kids, baby? If y'all saw her, y'all be like, girl, what would you think? And she's beautiful. I mean, gorgeous. And got 8 babies by 8 different dudes, bro. How did I just don't, maybe y'all can help me understand it, because now
I don't get it.
I'm gonna say something real quick. I want to
like that. I would say, and I'm gonna be real quick. Take it. When you have a situation like that, it's a lot of times that has something to do with she has a lot of self-esteem issues, and like it's something internal. Like because you keep giving every man you with a child.
Yeah.
That's because either A, you think that like I said earlier, that child is going to make him stay, and it's not. Or you're looking for him, or it's just someone to love you, because you got women who, even young girls who want to have a baby, not because they want a family, but because they want someone to love them. Self-esteem issues. Just like you said, she's beautiful. Like to you, to us, to the outside world, she may be beautiful, but if she don't know it or feel it in here, then like, you know, it can really mess you up. So a lot of that is because of how she feels inside. That's something internal.
And you know what? And I was waiting to hear that part, because I asked my mama, I said, Mama, what went on? And my mama said, well, her mom and dad are married. They've been married for probably 30-ish years, maybe somewhere in there. All right. I think they got married around the same time my mom and dad got married. My mom and dad been married for almost 40. It'll be 40 this year. So my mom, she had her dad, she had her mom, right? Her mom worked at the school, very loving and nurturing woman. Her daddy was a strict iron fist man. Woo! Like, woo! Everything she did when she started doing it very early and very sneaky. Right. And it was one of those situations where daddy was like, you're going to be here at this time. You're going to be here at this time. He was very militant. You're going to do this. You're going to do this. This is how you do this. This is this. And I don't understand. And my mama said, well, maybe he was too militant. Maybe he was too hovering over her too much. You know, I was like, mama, that is no excuse. That is no excuse for her to go give a baby to, and her mom is so loving to them grandbabies. She loves them. But the daddy, he looks at her like she's just he don't even talk to her. To him, she's a disgrace.
You know
Hey,
why?
Sheree been trying to say something for a
Sheree,
minute.
go ahead, baby. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sheree. I'm sorry. I apologize, baby.
Sorry.
So good. I'm gonna say something that's extreme, but I think it's extreme for a reason. God didn't create us to have sex before marriage anyway.
Oh my God.
All right. All right.
Oh my God.
Hold on. Wait, time out. My name is Sister Alexis, a part of the BMU Second Bediacal congregation. I like to say I want to thank Bishop Shushu for coming here today and giving us that word. I want to thank her. I want to thank Coach K for following up. We appreciate it. I know it's pulling on these heartstrings. If we gonna have a better choice altar call, lady, I see you in the back on your phone and you listening. Come to the altar call in this moment. We just gonna pause for the altar call.
I'm trying to tell you. Hey, go ahead. Go ahead, Sheree, and finish your soliloquy.
Well, he didn't create us to do that in the first place. If you pay attention, it means to consummate is, sex is marriage. And because we live in America, we'll have to abide by the way of that marriage. So I think we forget that it was created to protect us. We talk about making decisions, discernment, and things of that sort. Let's be honest. We are emotional creatures. And some of those feelings and thoughts can get fluttered. And we're not going to make the right decision sometimes. And unfortunately, because of that, and because we are making a choice to have sex before marriage, we get lost. This boy ain't acting right. And now we're confused. Well, we weren't created to do that in the first place. So I think a lot of things were created to protect women. And unfortunately, we decided to go against it because we didn't realize why they were taking place in the first place. And some men did us wrong in the midst of it. So in the midst of men treating us the way that they did while we were making those choices, we just did what we did. We had the feminist movement and all those stuff. And it just messed us all up. And we forgot the reason why we did all of that in the beginning is to protect us. All of it was to protect us.
Absolutely.
Black man, you had said something about you speaking about your cousin and you didn't understand. And I don't know if it's a militant thing, right? Because you see a lot of it happen when you first go away to college. If anybody went away to school at college, right? You go away your freshman year and you see these girls, they acting so wild. And you trying to figure out why the hell is they acting like wild hooligans. Then when the parents and stuff come down there, you see, oh man, they got both their parents, their fathers, and their mothers is a little strict. So a lot of times I feel like because they grow up with that, that firmness and that grip, it's like they went from somewhere that was like super tight, and then they have all of this freedom and they act so damn wild, like wild animals. I see it in high school too. When I look at most of my high school friends, I will consider myself a late bloomer, compared to them. Everybody have 4+ children by 4+ different men. So even when we hanging out, they'll ask me like, hey, do you want to come hang out? Look, shit, your baby just graduated high school. Your baby could, if you can get your child to come over and watch Mass, then we can go out. Other than that, I can't go out with you. But you would have some, and I think it's a mixture of them having that super strictness and then being sneaky, because a lot of times you can have a 2-parent household with the father and the mother in the house, the husband and wife or whatever, And even with that, right, it's other factors that plays into part, right? Because I'm looking at the way that I'm raising my child, and I had to learn that, like, no matter how strict or how firm I may be or how I'm raising her, it's still other factors like these kids. Then, we weren't really on the internet like how everything is now. We didn't have TikTok or Instagram and stuff like that, but I'm seeing all of these other factors play a part. So I'm like, okay, well, now I got to limit your access to these other kids, and you just gonna see their ass at school. But it's a lot of women, no, for real, because I'm like, man, talk about sex education, reading the little messages and stuff.
Here's the thing. What I will say with this, like, I'm not a parent, but what I will say is this: being too strict on your kids is not good at all.
And that's the point I was making.
Especially what happens is they end up being rebellious, or like and trying to shelter your children from like what's going on, especially like, you know, kids at school, they having conversations about sex. That's a conversation you need to start having with your child.
Oh yeah, we
first time they come home and they ask a question, you need to have that conversation, and you need to be honest with them, because here's the thing: whether you want them to talk about it, it's gonna happen. Whether you want them to know about it, they're gonna know about it. But the worst thing that can happen to them is you don't want them to get their knowledge or their information about sex from the streets. Right. Because where they're getting it from is totally wrong. And you know, so you want to have that conversation with them. And another reason why you don't want to shelter your kids, because they're gonna get out into the world eventually. And what you do by sheltering your children is you make them very naive. They get out into the world and you make them very vulnerable, and they're just the biggest target to get used.
But see,
naive. I'm agreeing with what you're saying.
But it's necessary. Hold on just a second, guys. I think it's necessary. Let me tell you why. If a girl goes out, if my daughter go out and get pregnant, then everybody looking at me like, what kind of father were you? But then if I'm strict on her, if I'm too strict on her, she gonna go be promiscuous. If I'm not too strict on her, she gonna go be promiscuous. So what's the solution?
I think it's about having a healthy balance. I think it's the solution is having that healthy balance, finding that happy medium. Because like I said, when I went away to school, I've never seen, like, I knew growing up in the city, you see the little fast tails girls, but I've never seen some of the things that I was seeing when I went away to college. Like, girls, they turned into some damn ninjas, climbing in windows and all types of stuff. So I've never experienced nothing like that growing up.
Here's the thing.
I've never seen nothing like that growing up.
A lot of parents think that having a conversation about sex or about different things is them giving their child permission to go out there and do it. And that's not what you're doing. You're giving them information. The worst thing you can do is try and hide that from them. Now, if you want to give them a real lesson in what it's like any of my teenage cousins that are girls, I'll tell them, I was like, the best thing you can do is just sit in the room with your boy cousins and just listen to the conversation. Listen to how they talk about girls and stuff like that. You don't want to ever be that girl that guys talk about like that. Things
locker
like
room
that.
talk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just observe. I don't know if they do this in school anymore, but like when I was in school, they had this little baby or whatever, and it was like, you know, this.
Oh yeah, the baby crying. Yeah, they don't do that no more.
Oh my God, absolutely.
They should.
They should. Yeah.
My little baby cried over everything, like every 2 freaking seconds. I was like, this is for the birds, but like. Or have them like babysit or something like that.
Right.
You know what I mean? And have that conversation, because, and when they see how, this might be cute, but yeah, this is cute. But think about it. You got prom, you got like all these other stuff, graduations and stuff like that. But if you have a child, guess what? You can't go to none of that. You know why? Because you got a responsibility.
And guess what? And if the cigarette box got a disclaimer, if anything you use has a disclaimer, I'm going to have one. And I told my daughter, I said, if you come home, because I put her up all the way up on game. She on the 64th floor of game organization. And I said, if you come home and tell me you pregnant, the first thing I'm going to ask you, have you been sexually assaulted? And if it is, daddy going to go to prison. You come see me for the next 45 years behind the glass. However, if you weren't sexually assaulted, I'm blaming you because I put your ass up on game. I told you the game. I told you what they would say, what they would do, how they would act, how they would manipulate you, how they would try to get you to come to their dorm rooms, how they would try to get you to do this. Watch your drink when you put it down. If you go to somewhere and you having a good time, if you sit your cup down, you go get you another one and fix you something new. Right? I put you up on game. So if you get pregnant, I'm blaming you. I ain't blaming him. I'm blaming you because you controlled your own cat. And I told you how to control it. I told you how to put the lock on it. I told you what kind of combination to use. I told you. And that's what I tell my daughter. And she came back and told me, Daddy, because she was rebellious as hell. Ooh, you always got something to say about what I'm trying to do. I said, I don't give a damn what you say. I'm going to tell you every day, right? Because then she came back and sat down. She said, Daddy. I said, what, baby? What's wrong? Ain't nothing wrong. She said, remember what you told me? I said, about what? About what them dudes gonna say to me? I said, yeah. She said, Daddy. And her eyes got big, Daddy. They said, just what you said. I said, I told you. I was washing my clothes, Daddy. And a dude came to me to my wife, the clothes wash. You want to come sit in my dorm room with me? And she said the first thing she thought about, what she saw my face like this. In her head. She knew, right? She already knew I put her up on game. And when she was younger, she was like, you always got something to say. You always telling me about this stuff. And just, you know how women get emotional, young women get emotional. I don't care. I'm going to put it in your life over and over again, and repetition is better. And I was strict on her, and now she know the game. She know what these dudes are about, right? And so you have to do it. You got to do it. If you don't, you're going to be raising these kids, and these little boys going to be running around here getting other women pregnant. I tell my daughter, please don't become a statistic.
Yeah.
I tell her all the time, please don't become a statistic. Don't be the girl that shoulda, coulda, woulda. I could have graduated college. I could have gotten my degree. I could have met a man that wanted to marry me. But now you're stuck with 2 kids, 2 baby daddies. Don't be a statistic, baby girl. Don't do that. And so now she listens, she understands. And I'm glad about it because I just instill that in every person I see. And you know, I've told you several times, if you're dealing with young women, I know, take heed to the message, you deal with young women. I'm gonna say this, then we move on. I always talk about a demonstration that I do with children. All you have to do is take 2 or 3 young men that you know in the community, or your nephews or your little brothers, and you have them give each one of them a bag of Cheetos. And you give the girl that you're trying to teach about not becoming a statistic, give her a glass, a mason jar, fill it with water. And you have all the boys chew the Cheetos, but don't spit them out. And I told my daughter, walk around and let each one of the boys spit in that jar. She said, oh, this is nasty. Every time they just spitting them Cheetos in there. And she said, what is this about? Let me tell you what it's about. The jar before they spit in it was your body, the purity of your body. And that's what that purity was, that was set and meant for you to give to your husband. But now that you've gone to this guy and he didn't spit in it, now this guy didn't spit in it. Now it's even more nasty. And now the third guy didn't spit in it. That's nasty. And now, would you drink out of this cup? She said, I said, would you want to give this to a man that you love? She said, no. I said, so you see my point? You shouldn't be out here giving your body to everybody, because everybody gonna leave a little something nasty in there.
Yeah.
Right? And this is how you should live your life, and think about your body. Don't let a 10-minute, because when he first hit it, he gonna probably buzz quick. Don't let a 10-minute experiment for him and a 10-minute good feeling for you give you an 18-year sentence of you raising a child by yourself. Now you got to deal with postpartum depression. You got to go to the doctor's appointments by yourself. Your feet hurt. Your feet are swelling. Ain't nobody to rip your feet. He over there at the dorm room having sex with another girl, and he telling you that baby ain't his. Now you got to go through the stresses of abandonment issues. You got all these different layers you're adding to your life because of 10 minutes of fun. I think when our young women start to see that clearly and tell these men, no, I'm good. Because back in the day, let me tell you something, it was some hoes back in the day. They were there. However, there were women out there that made you work. They made you, who finna get some? Oh, no, baby. You remember the words they used to use back in the day, take heed? Oh, we're not going to the Sizzler. Oh, no, honey, you're not getting none of this. Who bending over for what? Oh, take me home. Right? You had those women that shut that shit down because they cared about themselves and they wanted to be with a man that wanted to be with them. Now it's like the cooches are like Oprah now. You can get some, you can get some, you can get some. You want some too? You can get some, you can get some. You want some too? You want it? It's good. You want some more? Come on. And that's where it is. Now you got baby. And now they want people to feel sorry for them. They're on TV. I don't know what to do anymore. It's so many baby daddies. It's so many baby dads because you felt like you needed to give yourself away. But I land my plane there.
Can I step in real quick?
You sure can step right on my feet if you have to.
So I'm gonna tell y'all something, and it's a little mean when I say this. I think we need to bring shaming back.
Oh my God! I said that last week.
We need to bring shaming back.
Yep.
I'm telling you, because this is how. See, Maury was created because shaming didn't exist anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, paternity court exists now because shaming is gone. You understand? So when you gotta go to Maury and you got 10 guys up there, you know what I'm saying? You don't know who the baby daddy is. You understand? It's shameful, but they don't feel it. They quickly start telling all the guys, oh, but I slept with you last week. I slept with you the other week. And first of all, wait a minute. How did you know you slept with this one and that one? That's what I'm saying. This is a problem here. But everybody in the audience is clapping instead of telling her, child, you need to sit down.
And they're not running in the back anymore either.
You know what I'm saying? And then let me tell you what else that get on my
sorry.
And let me tell you what else that irks my nerves. Now, when they have these baby showers, honey, these baby showers look like weddings. Yep. Why is that? Okay, you know you about to be a baby mama. You doing everything on your own, and everybody throw you this big baby shower. Where's the shame at? Where's the shame at? That's the thing that irks me. But I'm gonna share this with y'all real quick, and I'm gonna shut down. There's a difference when you go to the hospital. See, I was a baby mother and I'm a wife, and I tell this on my channel. There's a difference when you go to the hospital when you having a baby. Okay, there's a big difference. I'm not talking about the way they taking care of you. It's the way those nurses and doctors snare at you when you a baby mama. They give you the two side looking at you like, what's going on? You hear me? But baby, when I did this, when I had my son, and I was all on my own in the hospital, just laying up there, and I had a sister next to me. Guess who came to see her? Her husband, the entire family, everybody. She had flowers, balloons, all this stuff. They were so proud of her. They was praying over her, all these things. She had all this support rallying around her. And here I am, ghetto girl from the project, talking about my baby daddy, this and that. And I ain't had nobody, honey. I had to cry. I had to shut the curtain. I had to shut the curtain and cry a little bit. Because ain't nobody was coming to see me but my mama. And my mama told me, you the daddy now. You're going to have to take care of that baby on your own. That's what she told me. Okay? But baby, when I had to go in and have that first child with my husband, okay? Baby, it was a pride in my chest. You hear me? I had some pride in it, honey. When the doctor said to me, not the doctor, I'm sorry. When the nurse said to me, anybody coming? I said, my husband is on his way. And when my husband came, baby, he came with flowers, balloons and everything, and a whole bunch of money in the car. And I asked him, why the money in the car? He said, because you gave me something that I never had before, and kissed me on my forehead. And every child from then on, honey, I started getting more power in my chest. I quickly tell the nurse, oh, my husband coming. Because sometimes them kids would come when he was at work. And I tell him, oh, honey, the baby was born. He said, okay, baby, don't worry. I'm going to be up there. I'm going to be up there because my husband don't play with work. He got to work, honey. He will do his thing. He got to work. He tell me, quick, I got to go to work. But you go ahead, have that baby. I'll be at work. And I always used to laugh. That's the lesson that we need. That is what we need to see. You know what I'm saying? This is when you marry and you having a baby at the hospital. This is the pride that you feel. I remember telling this on my channel, and one woman said, and now she killed the whole vibe, but this is what she said, oh, but what if he ain't a good man? And then I jumped on her and I told her, that's why I tell y'all, make sure you pray and ask God if this man is your husband. Because when you do that and you talk to God about this man, you take his name to God, God ain't gonna shuck it and jive you like other people gonna do. Oh, he good. I think he good. He do what he got to do. No, God gonna tell you straight, no chaser, if he your husband or not. And that's the thing we mess up on. We gotta bring shaming back. We gotta bring it back. That's why they running around here having 8, 9, 10 babies. That's the problem.
Yep. And back in the day, when you got pregnant, they shipped you off to your auntie house in the country until you had the baby. And come back. And when you came back, it was your auntie baby. It wasn't yours. And the baby didn't find out till it was 37 that who the real mama was. Watch this. But anyway, guys, I got one more video, then we'll be done for tonight.
Can I ask you a quick question really quick?
Yeah, go ahead, baby. And then we'll go right into that.
I'm listening to the story you I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Do you think that was from the perspective of you being just single and just only having your mom? Because I look at myself and I know everybody experiences different. So with me being single, unmarried, I'm gonna say that I was unmarried, but me and her dad was still like he was in the picture. He was throughout the whole entire pregnancy. I didn't experience that treatment that you said that you had experienced. Like they turned up your nose. Like they gave me the utmost respect. And I don't know if it's because like he was present and our family was in the room. Like they had to tell us we had to stop inviting people in there doing.
And Jazz, I'm gonna tell you something real quick, baby. It was because he was in the room.
Okay.
It's because they saw him. Okay. But see, in my case, nobody was there, baby. I was by myself. And that's when they gave me the 2 side. Just look at me like, what, what, like just like that. And the nurse got like, they was like stank with it. Like, oh, anybody coming to see you? And I said, no, I don't have nobody coming to see me. And that's the most painful thing that a woman can go through is have her baby alone.
What does that do for her psychologically? That's what I'm saying.
It hurts her.
It hurts her.
Exactly. And I'm gonna tell you something. Sometimes she take it out on the baby. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
You're absolutely correct.
Sometimes she take it out on the baby. Because I'm gonna tell you something. I'm a product of that. Because see, I look like my father. Okay, I look just like my daddy. Split image of him. And when my mama had to raise me on her own, and she was in the hospital having me on her own. Don't you know from the age 1 to the age I am now, I ain't gonna tell y'all my age, okay? From the age 1 to now, you know what she still tell me? You look just like your damn daddy. All the time. I don't care how upset she will say it, honey. She will sing it. And I used to be feeling so bad because I know my daddy wronged her, okay? So I was trying to make up and trying to do the right thing and be the good daughter, trying to please her.
Oh, wow.
And then because my daddy fought. But let me tell you something. When I got older, I found out, and this the kicker. I found out she met a man who looked just like my daddy. So it was 2 of them.
Oh,
but it was only that my grandmother saved me because she went to the hospital, and may her soul rest in peace. She went to the hospital and said, she's ours. She looked like us. So if my grandmother didn't come and say that, baby, I've been here saying, I don't know who my daddy is.
Oh my God. So listen, guys. Oh, this conversation is wonderful. Oh my God. I wish I could just do this with y'all every day. Okay. So I got one more video. And then we're going to react to the video because I want to get this wall out and I want to get this this marriage solution out. Now, there's a podcast called Mommy and Me. I don't know if you guys ever watched it. It's about this older lady and her daughter. They have a podcast together. They talk about everything, how she was raised and everything. And one of the conversations came up about, should you raise your daughter to be a wife? And this is how her mother responded to that. So let's check that out. Here we go.
be with the man or to be wives?
Let me say this. You went to school in a predominantly white community. And I actually heard some white folks say that they were raising their children to go to school and to find a husband and to find the best one suitor that they could find, whether it be an athlete or whatever. And I thought that was so fucked up. I really did. I thought that was just so fucked up.
But some people would say that's what's wrong with the black community. We aren't raising our children.
I'm raising my children
to be mates to each other.
I have no problem with you being a mate, but I'm not raising you to go find a man in college so that you can get married and become his wife or his whatever. I'm raising you to be a very productive individual to where you can compete in this world to be a successful person. Necessarily raising you to be somebody's wife, being successful. Now, I'm not saying being somebody's wife is not successful. I'm saying raising you to think that that's all life has to offer you is fucked up.
All right. Ladies. I definitely, Cameron, I'm gonna start with you, Sugarfoot. Come on, bring it.
I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. It's not, unfortunately, it's not a new narrative that we've been hearing. I think it's sad, growing up in like mostly suburban areas, I'm only 23 and I have multiple of my white friends that are all married, and they're mostly all married to the boys that they were with when we were in high school, but I haven't been to a wedding for a black friend yet. It hasn't happened. They kind of look at me crazy when I'm like, yeah, I'm engaged, we're getting married, yeah, it's happening. They're just like, like, girl, you too young, you need to live life. It's like this narrative that marriage isn't something to be proud of, that it's not a goal to achieve. It's like wives are oppressed and they're just, so beneath other women. Like I don't know. It's sad. Like I said, we need marriage, we need families to repair our community, you know what I'm saying? We need fathers, and it's like this idea that, marriage isn't needed or that fathers aren't needed and you just need to, I have friends that have fathers in their lives and their fathers are telling them like, no, you don't need a man. It's like, why would you tell your daughter that? Especially when you're married to her mom. It's like, you should be telling her to find a man that's like you so she can reproduce the family that you produce, which was supposed to be great. So I just think the narrative needs to change, and it's sad that, there's still such a divide and people can't understand the benefits of marriage and how it benefits our children and our community long term. And as women too, because like you said, this life isn't meant to be done alone. Parenting isn't meant to be done alone. That's why it takes two to do it, So I just think that, we just need to be pushing more of a narrative of marriage. We need to be pushing it early for women, I believe, because, the earlier you get out the game, I think is better for you. To Jasmine's point about college, I lost my virginity in college to my high school boyfriend. I did that under the guise from my mother telling me that, you can just listen to him. He said he'll marry you. Just, do it. If he said he'll marry you, he's going to marry you. You can't hold him to it now. Y'all are young, That's what I was told. So it's like to say that like girls are really being told to do these things. You know what I'm saying? And to my relationship now, I tell him all the time, that's like my biggest regret is losing my virginity, because I cried after that, because I'm just like, damn, I waited 18, 19 years and this is it. Like the relationship didn't last because I wasn't being taught to hold on until he tangibly shows you what he has for you. You know what I'm saying? Not to just go with whatever he's saying, because, to Shushu's point, a lot of women are falling for the words. And it's like whether you were being told like me by an older woman to do those things or whether it's your own volition, you know what I'm saying? It's
unfortunate, but I just think the message just needs to change.
Wow. Go ahead, Coach K.
Can I go real quick and then I'm gonna head out?
Yeah, Coach, you got to head out. Yeah,
I
go ahead.
think, I think that was really interesting, and it almost sounded like the mom was like referring to her daughter as like a cog in the machine, almost like, wow, you got to do this, you like be a productive member of society. But it's like, man, it just felt like kind of like cold, kind of in context of our conversation. And I will say, I mean, I remember hearing about a girl would go to college to get an MRS degree, and I thought that was whack. Like, so I know for maybe not so much anymore, the white community follows this, but I never even I wasn't told any of that shit either, you know? And when I heard of girls going to do that, I was like, So I was on that independent type, like was not marriage minded, focused, whatever. And I wish I had been, as I already mentioned. But I don't know. That's just kind of how I perceived that interaction between the mom and the daughter. I don't know. It just felt kind of cold, I guess. But yeah.
Well, thank you, Coach K, for being here tonight.
Yeah, thank you guys.
As
It was so
always.
good. This was such a good conversation. Okay,
And she's a newlywed guy, so she got to go in there and take care of hubby tonight. Go ahead, Coach K.
Congratulations.
He's already in bed, man. Thank you guys. You guys are all great. I had such a good time. All right, I'll see you later. Hey.
All right. So, Sheree, what are your thoughts, Sheree?
I was thinking, you could tell that energy was coming off of the energy of older women telling younger women that you cannot rely on a man. That's all I heard. I heard a woman trying to express to her daughter that I didn't want you to feel that you can rely on a man. And I think that really plays the part in us thinking that we can be single parents, because you can't rely on him anyway. So you can't rely on him to be a father. You can't rely on him to be a husband. You can't rely on him to be a man, and that kind of perspective, it looks like is what she had. And I know a lot of that energy came from the 90s when more women were starting to get into the corporate world and start making money. And they just felt, I could do bad all by myself mentality. I think also when she was kind of like that energy of like to raise you to be a wife. You can raise your child to do more than one thing. You can raise your child to be able to take care of themselves and things of that sort, but you can also raise them to know how to be a mate. Like that's necessary. There's no way nobody is going in the world and not going to date or want to be with the opposite sex. So because we know that exists, I think teaching them to do both is important. Like it doesn't even make sense to say, I didn't want to teach you to go to college to become a wife, knowing that one day you're going to have sex and potentially produce a child, and knowing that marriage is the best way to go about it. So to even make that out of the equation as if we're not sexual beings and we're not going to want to be with the opposite sex is irresponsible to the whole process of being an adult and growing up in the first place. So I think it's kind of a lack of responsibility to say, hey, you can go to college, but don't try to get no, like you exit out a whole process of my life growing up. Like that's a whole process I'm gonna have to go through in the first place. There's no way around it. So I think it was just more of an irresponsibility on her end, and possibly a bitter feeling of you can't rely on a man. So she kind of wanted to have her daughter maybe some type of form of protection, like to not think that she can't because she feels that she can't. And that's what I got from the video. I got that.
Beautifully animated.
I'm the same about her tone. Her energy was given very much cold. It's very cold, and she's limiting her daughter to be raised one way when you can raise her to be independent, to be able to take care of herself, but also be wife material. So you know, she put her child in a box basically.
And did you see the daughter?
Mm-hmm.
See how beautiful that girl was?
Yep.
And she don't know, and you weren't raised at all to be a wife, so you just gonna be a statue. I mean, the girl bad, and she wasn't taught nothing. So I mean, I don't know. Shushu, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think what it is like, because when our daughter was explaining, like, you know, some people send that like girls who go to college to find their husbands. Number one, that's an expensive way to find a mate.
Right?
That's the only reason why you go to school, honey. It's less expensive ways to do that. But so the mother's like, no, your purpose for going to college isn't like, I didn't send you to school, spend all that money, like just for you to find a man. Your purpose for going was to get a degree. That was your focus. You see what I'm saying? Now, if you find a man along the way, that's something different. But your purpose for going to school was that. In her tone, of course, it's like, you know, of course, her mother wants her to be independent in the sense of like self-sufficient. So yeah, she doesn't have to rely on someone. And I mean, I can understand the mother's perspective. I mean, it sounds to me like, you know, maybe she just doesn't want her daughter to be in a position where she feels like she has to put up with, you know, dysfunctional circumstances only because, like, you know, for a man to take care of her. You know what I mean? Because a lot of women do that. Maybe she just doesn't want her woman, not woman. She doesn't want her daughter to feel like she's defined by a man, because for a lot of women, you know, if they don't have a man, it's life or death. Which means if he, you know, if there's the inkling or a threat of that he could possibly leave her, oh my God, life is over. You know, she don't want her daughter to be like that. So, you know, I personally, I would say this. I mean, because I was raised, like, I was taught it was always expected of both me and my brother to go to college. It wasn't like an option, like, okay, when you get out of high school, what you going to do? It's no. It was, oh, so where you going to school? You going to school where? Huh? Oh, okay. You know, all right. But it was also the expectation of, okay, you know, you find a husband, you know what I mean? So it was like both. I don't know. A lot of that is I'm guessing because of the mother's experience. Maybe she wasn't a wife, or maybe even if she, you know, grew up seeing marriages. Maybe the marriages she saw were dysfunctional. They weren't loving. So, you know, and a lot of this, maybe she just doesn't want her daughter to experience that.
Yeah, keep in mind that girl's daddy's white. So yeah. So that she was with a white guy. I don't know if they were married or but one of the things that I heard KS say, which Jedi Mike, shout out to him, I know he's in the chat. He said that white women send their daughters to school to find a husband.
Mm-hmm.
Black women send their daughters to school to get to be independent. And so and then Jedi Mike was like, well, you know, that's true. I said, how so? He said, dude, I'm about to graduate college. He said, you know how many wedding invitations I got from all these white folks? I said, well, how many wedding invitations you got from black people? He said, none. He said, that's the problem. He said, all these white folks, he said, man, they want me to DJ at one. I gotta be over. He said, man, I got invitations all over my desk of white people getting married, of people they met while they were in college. And he said, and nobody black is getting married. And I was like,
here's the thing too. With the girls, you have to understand, like, a lot of the girls aren't being raised to be wives, but also a lot of the guys aren't raised to be husbands. So it's like you're raising girls to be wives to who? Men who ain't trying to be a husband, weren't taught to be a husband, weren't shown how to be a husband. Like, they just out here winging it, just like, you know what I mean? So in a sense, the mother isn't wrong. because she is going to have to know how to function in society. You know what I mean? Because the bottom line is this: the basic necessities have to be met. You're gonna have to work a job. You need clothing. You need shelter. You need food. And if she doesn't have a suitable bachelor, then what is she supposed to do? Just take anybody, and then what? Live a life of ultimate misery and just complete regret because here it is. I just took this guy because society said I needed a husband. And so I got with this guy who has no clue what he's doing, just coasting through life, not taking anything seriously, is irresponsible as all get out, and I'm carrying all the weight, and ultimately I'm still being independent because I got to independently head this relationship and everything else. So you really have to think deeper than that. It's not.
I think that's the super extreme though, sis. Because
super extreme.
It's not super
extreme.
Wait.
I just experienced that.
Like, just honestly think about it, y'all. If we have women out here who ain't wives, y'all really think they're not teaching the girls to be wives, but they teaching the boys to be husbands? Like, come on.
But my question is, why so many of these white folks get married though? Out of college, and they stay together for years and years and have construction companies and chicken damn. Like, I don't understand. Like, Jedi Mike was breaking it down. I'm like, damn. He said they both get graduating. He got a degree.
But I had a question, though.
Degree. And I'm like, God damn. Like, why black people not finding love and success like that?
I have a question because I got a certain point of view. I wonder when in the black community we stop doing that, because from what I heard, my grandmother, she let me know that they did that. That's an old school mentality. It's not a racial thing. It's an old school mentality to go to college as a young girl to go find you a husband. That's the old school mentality. So my question is, when did it stop? Because she said she was considered an old maid because she got married at 21. She got married at 21 and she was considered an old maid because girls was getting married by the time by the time 21, you had your first child or your second child.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So my question more so is, when do we stop going by that? When did we start saying that we no longer want to go to college and find a husband? And I don't think it's really unreasonable to find a husband at college because you're getting an education and you're finding your mate. And at the same time, I think that's the reason why I said what I said. Like, we could do both. Like, of course, you're going to want to have an education, and of course, you're going to want to make sure that you know how to take care of yourself. But you also are going to go into this world and still going to meet men. Like, you can do both. You know, so I think that's why my question is, when did we stop? Because if my grandmother, who is 78 years old, says she was in college and was considered an old maid because she got married at 21, what is up with us? Like, when did we stop?
Yeah, exactly.
I think I bring a different perspective because I'm currently in college. You know what I'm saying? I'm in my young 20s. I'm literally in this atmosphere right now. Girls my age that are black don't want to be married. They just don't. They don't want to be married. They think it's a waste of your 20s. They think it's embarrassing. Like, they just don't want to do it. And I don't think it has any, like, they literally don't want to do it. Like, I've literally had conversations with them. They think I'm wasting my life. I'm crazy. You know, I'm not trying to do these things. And so it's like the mindset of most college girls, and I feel like our community, they're not, and it's like, you have to ask, like, what are you really getting out of school anyways? Most of them aren't choosing degrees that are really putting them somewhere in life. You know what I'm saying? If we're going to be honest, I'm in STEM. Most black women aren't in STEM. You know what I'm saying? Most black women aren't trying to be doctors, aren't trying to be engineers, aren't trying to be scientists. You know what I'm saying? They're going to school for, you know, these, philosophical degrees that you can't really make that independent lifestyle that they say they claim they want so bad. So it's just like, what are you really choosing over a man? I think having a marriage is life or death, and it should be treated as such, because every woman isn't going to be able to get a man. You know what I'm saying? There's literally not enough of them. So
let me saying that, if just what you said, and I can, and statistically, you know, not every woman can get a man. So guess what? They better take their asses to college and they better listen and learn something real good. Because if every woman can't get a man, then she gonna have to learn how to get along by herself.
Can I interject something? I wanted to say I had two things to say. I wanted to also hit on the point as far as the question on when did it stop and what's wrong with Black people. It as far as ADOS, and all of y'all know what that mean, right?
I don't.
That's we're descendants of slavery. So
Yeah.
So
African descendants of slavery.
right. So
Right.
I will make a distinction to say that when I put that word out there, because I'm gonna make the distinction. It didn't go anywhere from the first place to go on Cherie, because it starts from foundation. ADOS came over here and foundation was broke when we came over here. They didn't allow us to get married. They didn't see us as people that needed to get married. Our children, we were really like cattle made to have children, to produce, for them to have more slaves. So from the gate, we didn't have the foundation. So it didn't start until some Black people, because we're getting, time is going on. We're getting a little bit of stuff to where there's some that are free, there's some that have land, and we're moving on. So those were like, oh, I see from they're seeing how the people above them are acting. So they're thinking this is the way to go, because Billie Jean, that's how her mom raised her, and my mom was her nanny, and I saw. So they're seeing it from there. Then there is, for example, the immigrants that come over here from countries of Black people, because Africa is not the only place that has Black people. And because they're coming from a place, and a lot of time, because they're coming from a place, they already have their foundation built. And in their foundation, a lot of them are built with, you're supposed to get married and have children. They're already built with that. So it's different when they come over here and what they produce in their production. Even when they come over here and they start businesses and all that stuff, and they're making money and doing what they have to do, it starts from the foundation. So I don't think it ever changed as far as something that we had started doing. I think the change came in when we realized, hey, this could be the way that could be better productive for us and a society. That we send our children who they think already are not smart enough and cannot go to college. We send them to college, they graduate college, and on top of that, they get a mate. Then secondly, I feel that, I mean, it's so hard to tell in that same position. It's so hard for these parents that were never brought up with that foundation to give that to children. It's so hard. And then, but two things can be right at once. Like that's what Cherie was coming off. You can train your children up to be productive individuals in the society, and also be able I think marriage and having that because that's something that's a product of, you can be a productive citizen in life. So all that is going one and one. But my parents, I was with, I mean, and even then on the shaming part, I think about it to this day. I haven't said anything to anybody else, but I'll be vulnerable and saying it. It does make me feel some type of way, because I grew up, my parents were married. I was in a two-parent home. So for me to have two kids, and like I said, they're by the same man, and not be married, that does sting. That does. And also when I said I'm being accountable and making decisions, like, hey, I may not have the same choices that I would have had if this didn't happen. I'm also being accountable. When I had my son, I was like, nah, I got him tied, because I'm not about to have any more children. I was 34 and two kids. I'm not about to have any more children. I didn't want that. I didn't want to have two kids and then another kid with somebody else. I just didn't want that for myself. So in the position of me saying, hey, this is what I'm going to do and build on top of that, I still want that for my children though. And I have to be the one to say, hey, like I said, hey, didn't work out for me, but that doesn't mean it can't work out for you. Two things can be true at once. You can go out there, because I will say, I was in my parents' home, I saw marriage, and I'll be honest to say this in this moment. Because I saw that in my home for so many years, I kind of expected that to come to me. I didn't think anything about marriage because I was in it on a not in it, but I was in it to where I thought that was just naturally going to come. I also go as far as say I think I felt entitled to it because I was the one in it. I had other friends that didn't have two parent households. I can identify how my choices were different from my friends who didn't have a dad and me having a dad in the home. So I kind of felt like marriage was just going to come. But because later on in life, my parents kind of fell down. We lived in Kansas City, Missouri, and they fell into drugs. And so when they fell into drugs, something came upon me to where I was put in a position where I felt like I had to make moves and get older than I was supposed to be and making money and doing other things. So I went on far as I started focusing on, oh, I got to be the productive person out in this world because my parents is on drugs. They're not making good decisions. We getting evicted, water getting cut off. Oh, nah. I'm not going through that. And that's something that stuck with me to this day. Like my bill, like I make sure these bills is paid. Ain't nothing getting cut off. All my bills is paid. I don't play that mess. And in that, because of what I experienced with my parents falling off on that end, it pushed me to focus on that to where when I came out, I didn't focus on marriage or think about marriage because I thought it was just going to come to me. So I was going to focus on being this productive citizen because I didn't want all that stuff to happen to me that happened to my parents.
So let me add something to what you just said. Now I'm sitting up here because people always sending me stuff to look at links and stuff like that. So Brown University did a study, and in that study they said the average in our community, Black community, the average age where you have a child for a woman is 21 years old. Between 21 and 22. So Sheree, you're not lying. 21, 22 years old. Why is it that we're committing more to being single parents than we are to being married and having the nuclear family?
Can I answer that?
Because
Absolutely.
people think the commitment.
Go ahead, Cam.
Sorry, my bad. I was just gonna say real quick. I think it's because and I've seen women say it before. It's because they think the commitment of baby is more than a commitment of a marriage. Like for some reason, there's this rhetoric that you can't walk away from a child, but you can walk out of a marriage. And so I just feel like a lot of women are using that type of rhetoric, like basically, the child means more than a marriage. But it's like, I mean, if you're gonna call a marriage license a piece of paper, a birth certificate is just that too.
Oh shit.
And rhetoric it is.
Wow.
It is.
I see your face, Sheree. Wow. Go ahead. Anybody else want to hop in there?
Yeah, I was listening to Alexis, and I'm one of those people, whenever someone is speaking, I try to pick out one word and go from there. And the one word that she said was foundation. When she said foundation, all I could think about is when you ask the question, why are most parents pushing, most Black people pushing? What was the question again? I just want to make sure I'm answering correctly.
Which one?
Or not pushing marriage.
Oh yeah. They're not pushing marriage.
Not pushing marriage. And I thought about the word that Alexis from Texas said, the foundation. A lot of Black parents, they don't have that foundation, and a lot of their foundations is made with gravel. It's made with gravel. You got all types of pebbles and all types of stuff up in it. So when you have people like that, a lot of parents, like when I looked at her mom and the energy that her mom was giving me was one of bitterness. It could have been hurt. It could have been some type of pain or something there. A lot of times when we have those things, and because we're hurt, we're actually teaching our child to operate from our hurt and our pain, as opposed to, teaching them to have an open mind and an open heart. We're teaching them just to be one-sided when it comes to a lot of things. I know when I think about the word foundation and being raised to become a wife, right? I wasn't raised to be a wife. I wasn't even raised. I mean, I was raised, a lot of Black people especially coming from a single parent home. We're raising ourselves, so we really just out here going with the flow. We're going with the flow. We don't have that image of what a marriage was or what a healthy marriage looks like. I think I spoke about it on a couple of panels. Like even me growing up, I knew I've never seen nobody married. I didn't go to a wedding until I got grown.
Damn.
I didn't go to a wedding until I got grown. And when I did get pregnant with her dad, I'm like, okay, well, I was trying to change my narrative. He had both his parents. He grew up with both his parents. We both went away to college. And I'm like, okay, well, we finna rock this thing out, got engaged. But then I realized it was more than just that makes up a marriage. I was just thinking about a wedding. I wasn't thinking about the work that it comes with being a wife. And I realized that he had a lot of growing to do. He was very immature. His ass still immature. And we 34 now. But so it was just like, now I'll be looking back like, man, what it did is it allowed me to give him some grace, because I know most men at that age are not trying to make excuses for men, but a lot of men, especially black men, they're not mentally prepared. And then when she was saying something, it made me think about emotional incest. A lot of times we're put in positions because we have to be that other parent, that other person that our custodial parent depends on when it comes to raising those other children. So we're really brought up to be grown, not to be to really have a childhood and say, okay, well, I'm teaching you as a child, this is how you're supposed to carry yourself as a young woman. And when you grow up, the way you carry yourself in these values that I'm instilling in you, that you're supposed to go out and be a wife. We're not taught to coexist with other people. We're actually taught to be more independent. So that because of that's why I said that her mom looked hurt. And that's probably why she's teaching her to be independent, because it was probably a point in her life where she felt like she depended upon a man, and that man probably hurt her. So now I'm finna teach you a certain way so you would never be in that position where you can allow somebody to have that much control over your mind and your heart. So there's like, when I'm looking at it, that's what it looks like. She's teaching her out of hurt. Yeah. It's crazy.
So
a lot of us.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Taki.
So I just want to put my 2 cents on it. So the mama is actually talking from a place, it's not a place of hurt, y'all. She talking from a place of, and I know we hate this word in social media, but I'm going to say it tonight. She actually coming from a place of an alpha female.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying? I know how the mama talk, because that's how the women talked in my family. You see, and they were alpha female. They were dominant. Like any man that they had, they were the man. They had a man there, but they were the man. You know what I'm saying? Like anything happened, it got to go through my auntie, or it got to go through my mama. You can't just do it because, you know, you the man. You can't just sit up there and say, well, I'm the man. Because she going to quickly tell you, I'll cut you too short so you know what I'm about to say.
Okay.
Okay. So that's where the mama coming from. It's not a place of her. It's just that she's an alpha female. So now that she had a daughter, she want to teach her that alpha female attitude too, because that same thing happened to me. That my mama was an alpha female and did whatever she wanted to do, and then she passed that attitude to me. And then when eventually, after I decided that, wait a minute, this don't make no sense. When I got older, I'm like, wait a minute, this don't make no sense. And I remember one time my brother told me, I was dating him for like 3 years. He said to me, you're a good woman, and I would have married you a long time ago. But it's something in you that has to change. Now, mind you, I ain't catch it. I caught it when I went to go see, and I always like to say this on my channel, but I caught it when I went to go see Tyler Perry in Newark. He had a play, Madea Go to Jail, right? And now in the midst of the play, he stopped the play. And he just got out of Madea and just was himself. And he said, is somebody in here that need to hear this tonight? This is what he said. He said, ladies, you want to know why you keep hitting You keep getting the same type of man. The whole crowd, because the place was filled, they said, everybody screamed. All the women said, we want to know. He said, because it's something in you that needs to change. You see what I'm saying? When you're an alpha female, there is something in you. That means whatever you got in you that acts like a man, you got to kill that thing. You got to kill it. So that when your husband come, he will receive you. And even me, because I feel bad to say this right now. The first 2 years of my marriage, I took my husband through hell. Do you hear me? I took him through hell because I was still acting like that alpha female. But this is what I'm gonna share. I'm gonna share this with y'all. When me and my husband used to go at it, we would argue, never hit each other. But when we go at it, I was ready, like Titan, but he was ready too. That's what made it worse. You see what I'm saying? He was ready. Every time I countered something, he countered back. And he told me one day you're going to get tired. And when you get tired, baby, you're going to let me know. That's what he told me, right? One day, we got in this big argument. We in the bedroom because we ain't like to argue in front of the kids. We in the bedroom. We just going at it, honey. And then I sat on the bed and I said, why do I always argue with this man? This is a good man. I ain't never had a man like this in my life. And he a good father. And then I just stopped. I got quiet, sat on the bed. And he said, did you hear what I said to you? Just like that. And I said, yes, honey. He turned back real quick. He said, what you say? I said, yes. I said, yes, honey. And then he turned, and then he said to me just like this. So you ready to follow now, huh? You tired of fighting? I said, I'm tired. He said, you ready to follow me? I said, yes. And ever since then, I have never stopped following this man. I've never stopped following him.
She said it's hot. She tired, boss.
You hear me? Honey, I was tired.
Girl.
I was tired. And he was ready for all type of smoke because he wanted his family to stay together.
Amen.
See, when you have a man who wants that, he gonna teach you. See, when a man wants to teach you, he wants to keep you, honey. He wants to keep you. And we don't understand that. We think he's being overprotective. He want to tell me what to do. He want to be my daddy. I'm going to tell you the truth. And a lot of people going to be mad when I say this. But when you get married, right, and you at the altar, you know your father holds your hand.
Oh, it's getting good. Come on.
Okay.
I need some damn popcorn.
Your father holds your hand. So now you see the other, you see the other man waiting for you, your husband waiting for you, right? You just passed to another daddy. That's it.
That's it.
You just passed to another daddy. That's why I look at my husband.
Hold on, take it. Hold on. You passing to another. Let me see if I can finish your sentence here. You're passing to another daddy because when he takes over, he has to do the same thing your father did.
That's
provide,
right.
Cover you, protect you, the same thing your daddy did.
That's
Go ahead,
right.
girl.
That's right. And that's why when I look at my husband, and even when I'm on these panels, and he look at me, and like say we're about to close up, right? We about to finish. You know his sign to tell me it's time for you to get off the computer. He come to the kitchen, and I look at him. And he give me that quick look. I'm gone. I tell y'all, bye y'all, because I know the assignment. You understand? I'm going to tell you something. I respect my husband. And a lot of people in my family, they get mad with that. My girlfriends too, but I tell them quick, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Because I don't like you anyway. I tell them, they be like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Because I'm going to tell you something. This man right here, okay? This man right here, I went to God in prayer. I took his name to God in prayer. And when God told me he's your husband. Now, let me tell you something. I ain't trying to say my marriage is perfect. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. We have seen some nonsense, okay? But when God told me he was mine, baby, I run with it. I've been running ever since, and I will continue. And when these kids get out, I'ma still continue to run. And that's the end of my rant, y'all.
I want to say something real
That was
quick. You say you
beautiful.
Yeah.
passed on one.
Say something real quick. Then I got one more question for everybody. Say something. Go
Okay.
ahead.
You said pass on to another daddy. I just don't call him daddy. That's a little weird. That's the only thing I gotta say.
It is not
Wait
weird.
a minute now. I'm about to burst the bubble right now. I'm about to bust the bubble right now.
Go ahead.
I call mine daddy. Okay?
Oh.
Okay?
Come on.
Okay? Let's get it together.
Listen. Okay, so let me ask y'all this last question. Then I'm gonna let y'all go because I know y'all gotta go. Husbands to tend to, kids to tend to, life to get ready for tomorrow. Let me ask y'all this question. Is there this is a question that's going around that men are talking about, but I want you women to define or to agree or disagree about this question. Is there such thing as a wall for a woman? And we'll start with beautifully animated. What, yes or no, and then explain and explain why you said yes or
no. Let's see. Yes and no. Because I say yes and no.
I asked you yes and no. I asked you yes or no, and just for that, I ain't played no cutscenes tonight. I ain't played none. Why? You know I love you, beautiful animated.
Oh Lord.
I love you, girl. Go ahead, BAS. I love you, girl. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, it's a yes for women who already plan from a young age that they want to have a family, they want to be married, things like that. Mm-hmm. Because you do have a limited window as far as having children. So, in that sense, there is a wall. But women to just get married, there is no wall because women are getting married at all ages. So there's a wall for people who know that they want to have a husband and birth children.
Okay. All right. I'll give my soliloquy at the end. So let's hop over to Cameron. I'm sorry. Cameron, is there such thing as a wall for women?
Dang, that's trying to give me a Karen.
I know, man. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was thinking Karen when Beautiful Anime was talking about this shit you used to talk about. Okay, go ahead. I'm just playing. Go ahead, Cameron.
So
here, Cameron, you can stab them up. You know what I'm saying?
I 100% believe in the wall. And I'm gonna say it just like I said on another panel. You know, everything. There's a lot of things that are possible, but is it really probable? You know what I'm saying? It can happen, but does it really happen in the numbers that matter? No, it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? The like I said, the rhetoric needs to be pushed that marriage needs to be happening young. If you're a woman, because, you know, of course, we have biological things in our body that, you know, time out by a certain time that men have a more advantage to. But to say that there's not a wall or an expiration, that you need to be reproducing a family and things like that, that's not true. You know, it 100% is, and there should be, you know, a standard to be set and a goal in our community to be telling people, you know what I'm saying? Like, again, just because it can happen, it's not happening in mass numbers to where we can try and use this to basically, you know, make our points. It's not happening like that. You know, the mass number of marriages are happening, at least successful marriages are happening in youth, and, you know, when the woman is younger, at least in that regard. You know what I'm saying? It's just, yes, there's a wall. There's definitely a wall, and we definitely need to take heed to that wall.
Alexis from Texas, come on with it. Is there a wall for women?
You said there a wall for women?
Yeah.
Man, does a cat meow? Yes, there is a wall for women. It's right there. Matter of fact, I'm in a house right now, and there's about 1,000 walls. I mean, and so I mean, to say, like, come on, and just logically, jokes aside, logically, yes, because ain't nobody. Sarah, what age does Sarah have? Isaac 99.
90? Yeah, they don't happen no more though.
Yeah,
They
they
ain't
don't
happening no
happen
more
no
now.
more.
Y'all
They
gotta
don't
stop bringing up Sarah.
But I'm just saying, like that's that last. It's the last of a breed. She was, and I'm just saying, like, yes, there is, and then logically, because if you have a child, shoot, what 40? We gonna say technically 18 years. You're gonna be 58. Then maybe about time that you have grandchildren, you're gonna be what
On hospice.
65? Yes,
right.
And look, and if you are hospice, I may do your referral. But
damn,
that's what I do.
I know it. Come on,
look. But
you
what
slid that right in there, good
right,
too. Go ahead.
you know what I'm saying? I'm good at it, boy.
I'm good at it. That's what I'm talking about.
Last month I did 1052. Look, referrals on them boys. They weren't ready. But so yes, there is a wall, and we have to be conscious of that wall, and also because naturally women should want to have kids and a family. When it comes, and just to hit on what Cherie said as far as like people not having God in the order that he has, you don't have that order, things fall out of place. So nothing is going to be right. And that's why there's a wall. That's why there's a wall. That's where all this stuff, because all that type of talk is really for single women. It's not for married women. You don't hear that talk and conversation. Married women, a lot of times, unless it's something that they and their spouse have discussed, they keep having babies when they're married. They don't see no wall when they're married. So that type of conversation is really only for single women. And yes, there is a wall, and it is what it is. I mean, what we gonna argue with? I mean, because that point is, like I said, it's on a statistical base, logical base, every base, third, fourth, fifth. I don't know if there's
And somebody, listen, man, shout out to the chat. Y'all undefeated. So somebody just sent me, they say, do you know they added the wall to the dictionary? And somebody sent me this link. I just clicked on it. It says the wall, the period in a life when a young lady or a mid-aged woman loses her attractiveness and starts to decline.
Rest in peace, Kevin Samuels.
It says, let me continue. It says number 2. It says to hit the wall means to start losing beauty and youth. The metaphor is overwhelmingly used toward women.
I mean, a lot of us aging like fine wine. I mean, when you going with the dictionary, you going with the dictionary, because if somebody was to look at me, they would never guess my age. I look like a kid.
Yeah, you're not getting in the club for sure.
Okay.
Don't leave your ID at the house. You ain't getting in there.
Times I used to say, I would get carded. I'll never forget, I was at a restaurant one time. I tried to order an alcoholic beverage, and the waiter got the nerve to card me. I was like, listen, I promise. Come on, dog. I'm over 21. I promise. I promise. I don't have my ID on me right now, but I promise. Come on, dog. Let me have this drink. Come on.
You needed that drink, huh, Shoo?
I did. I was like, I need this in my life right now.
Now you can tell you some Shoo. Now I work in corporate America, right? And in corporate America, guys, there is you could see the wall every day. There are older women that are in their 60s and 50s that work with me, and they see these young girls, 20 years old, snap tight, big old breasts, nice booties. They bodies all they look good. And them older women, you start to see them change their outfits. They start wearing tighter clothes. They start trying to get the same attention the young girls get. It's like they're competing with the younger girls. And I just sit back and look at them. I'm like, baby, you can't compete with that 28-year-old girl over there. You 59 years old. It's over. Right? Now you trying to find a husband to get the attention of the men that these young women getting the attention of. Oh no, ma'am, that's never going to happen. They're never going to look at you like they're looking at these 28-year-old girls that's snatched. They're not going to look at you that way. But they do it every day. I see it every day. Now, so Corey Angela Bassett is the don't bring her up, okay?
She's also married.
Yes,
Because she's married.
I was just
But
about
at
to
the
say she's
same
married.
time, Angela Bassett is so fine.
Yes, she is.
She's 61
like
years old. That woman is fine. But anyway, so yeah.
Her and
So
Tia
back.
Turner killing it.
So Shushu, what are your thoughts?
I'm glad you brought up I guess the dictionary version. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Look, Shushu coming with a script in her head right now. Oh,
I was like, okay. Well,
Who said rest in peace, Kevin Samuels? Who said that?
She did.
Go ahead.
Right. Rest
So,
in
like,
peace.
when you talk about, according to the dictionary definition, okay, at a point where a lady, she starts to lose her beauty, really, you start to lose your beauty the moment you stop taking care of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So she can hit the wall at 29.
The booger wolf.
Hit the wall at 19. If she don't take care of herself, I mean, I'm just saying. As far as like biologically, every woman's body is different. For the most part, most people have a basic understanding of reproduction and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yes, granted, we are on a time clock, but damn it, you ain't got to have a baby at 19, 20, 21. Like you like, oh my God, I got to have a baby, kicking that out right now. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm not saying like you have like this extended amount of time. Like, yeah, you really do have to seriously think about, all right, like, when I'm doing this, but at the same time, making girls feel like they have to kick a child out like ASAP isn't necessarily good either, especially like in this society, because
only if they're married though. Only if they're getting married.
Exactly.
Yes,
like back in the
Yeah.
day, at least you can say they raised girls and boys to
Yeah.
grow up with the goal of getting married, to have families.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't teaching people that no more. So to sit up here and be out like, oh, you got the wall coming, which is true. But these young girls do not need to be kicking out no baby at no 19, 20, 21. They know absolutely nothing about life.
Mm-hmm.
They are so immature, so underdeveloped mentally. Like, all they're doing is kicking out and breeding the next generation of degenerates, because they know nothing. So therefore they have nothing to teach the next generation.
Now you know what makes me cringe? I'll push back just a little bit. You know what makes me cringe?
What I will say is this. You do need to give these girls some time to actually grow, develop, and get some knowledge. Because this generation is not like the generation of yesterday.
Right.
Can I ask a question?
And when it comes to your body, you really need to get to an OBGYN, a fertility specialist, to really look at yourself. Because you got a lot of women walking around here thinking they can have kids, 2021 and having problems.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it's not just the women. Men, y'all can have fertility issues too. It's not all just on the woman, which everybody wants to believe is not all on the woman.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying we have a very basic understanding of reproduction and fertility. So everybody needs to do like real research, talk to some actual doctors, get your body checked out to see what's going on. Because a lot of times what happens is you may have reproductive issues right now that you don't know about.
And some stuff
is
is hereditary.
That, hey, you know what I mean?
But the worst thing is,
I just think that this conversation is just, it gets so general and so stale, but it's only because it's only coming out from one way. Like on a real, like we talk about hitting the wall and girls need to get young, as if we're still being brought up like we're the generation of our grandparents, and we're not. You just got a whole bunch of people out here who don't know what they're doing because they haven't been given the tools to do so.
Right.
So I have a question.
Hold on, real quick, Cameron. Real quick.
Okay.
So the pushback that I would have is the thing that I hate the most. I heard somebody tell my sister this, and we almost came to fisticuffs. Girl, don't be out there looking for no husband. Girl, live your life. Girl, get you a few men. Girl, test the water. Hell no. Because what's going to happen is you're going to go live your life. You're going to give all these penises. And then by the time you're 35, the men that wanted you, right? The man that wanted you when you were 25, 23, 24, he no longer wants you. Now he wants the girl that's 25, 24. Now you didn't waste all your 20s living your life, throwing that ass back in the dorm room, having sex in your car, having sex at his house, having sex with this dude, this dude. You've given your cat away for 10 years for free. Ain't got nothing to show for it. No man, no husband, no fiance, no nothing. So when you and these women out here just living their lives and just giving the cat away. And I told my aunt, I said,
real quick, I gotta tell you,
I'm not saying get out here and be a whore, be horny.
Right, thank you. I'm like, what the heck is this?
But
what I'm
it's
saying is,
if you're not
but fill yourself up with knowledge, educate yourself. You see what I'm saying? Like when you have someone who hasn't been taught to be a wife, hasn't been taught anything about life, anything about the world, but she's just supposed to get out here and just do it.
Okay, so that's my question. Why is it that it seems like older women have this idea that age is synonymous with life experience? Why do y'all have this idea that because I'm in my younger 20s that I am incapable of making certain decisions or that I haven't experienced certain things to make conscious decisions for life? Because these girls are making families. They're having sex unprotected and they're making babies. So they can't be that naive to life. You know what I'm saying? They can't be that dumb because they're making life. So I just think, to say that, they're so young, they're so naive, you haven't lived yet, that's why you shouldn't do it. It's like that literally age has nothing to do with anything because I'm 23 preaching a message that 35-year-olds are literally telling girls my age to not do. So it's like, how can you say that when there are women that have more life experience than me that are literally telling girls my age, no, don't do it. But it's like, okay, it's contradictory to say don't do it when I'm 21 to 23, but then you want me to do it when, 25 to 28? Because, like, when's the age? If you're saying we know the wall biologically is 35. So if the wall biologically is 35, you would have to start having children and vetting your husband prior to the age of 30 years old, meaning that the narrative should be you need to vet your husband. You don't need to be dating for 3, 6, 9 years on end with one man. You need to be intentional and move forward.
I'm sorry. It's just that I've heard this rant. I've heard these points so many times, and I'm like over it. Here it is. Here's the thing. If you're 20, what, 20, going on 22?
23, turning 24.
If you feel like you're ready to be a wife, that's you're mentally ready, you're mentally there. By all means. You're ready to take on that responsibility, and you feel like you have found a man who is responsible, a man you think that, or at least he's shown you that he is ready to take on that responsibility. By all means, fine. But there are a lot of women out here, young girls, who are not ready for that. A lot of young girls who need mentoring, who need more like examples, like they need more preparation before they get out here and doing that type of stuff.
And can I say, Cam?
Yeah, I want to say something too after you get done.
Okay, thank you. But also, Cam, you sound like somebody who has been around certain people and or may have found certain knowledge and did certain things to give you a boost to where this is the point where you being the exception does not equal the majority. So that's why a lot of us older women are telling the younger girls, like, hey, this, that, and the third, because we, and as Bishop Shushu Jakes was saying earlier, saying, like, when a wise person learns from other people's mistakes versus just their own. So that's where it comes about, like, hey, we're trying to tell you this, we're trying to save you some of the things we all had to learn. We all were going through those issues at once. And I just wanted to point out when you said about the ladies and what we're discussing, this is a point to where, like I was telling one of my friends, it's nothing against women pastors, but this is why I'm not too keen on women pastors.
You starting something?
Oh, you finna
Oh no,
Yeah,
no,
you
no!
finna
Hey,
go. You finna.
Hey,
It's in
look,
the Bible.
wait,
You ain't
wait,
starting
wait,
no trouble.
wait,
It's in the
wait.
Bible.
It
Exactly.
sure is.
It is
And
in the Bible.
my
It
mama
is in there.
named me Alexis, and so the keys are already in the ignition. So I'm ready. This is the thing. There is a place for women, and because a lot of women want to be in these higher positions, we leave these spaces open where we're supposed to fulfill to teach the young ladies. And it's also biblical that we are supposed to be in these roles of teaching the younger ladies. So this is why, like I said, I'm not up for like female pastors a lot of times, and one of the things I want to do, especially with my life experiences and stuff like that, I want to be a voice to help the younger ladies. And I'm not trying to be a pastor, I'm just trying to be somebody that'll let you know, here's the mistakes that I made. Please be wise enough to learn from my mistakes.
So okay,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Shoot. Go ahead.
I understand all sides, like the sides of saying, oh, wait this and wait that, or but what about this, right? And to go to shoes part, unfortunately, we are not in a position in a society where we are making smart decisions because a lot of us don't have that foundation in the first place, and where we really are just shooting as we go, just riding coast, just trying our hardest. But I think the position that we are now in culture, I think the beautiful part about it is that we have so much history that we can go back and see where mistakes have been had, or where things have done, or where the best things have happened. I just wish that on another level we would just be more honest about not only just the wall, but biology in general. People can have children at the age of 13 and 12 and 13. I think if we don't be honest and try to raise our children, try to understand that at 12, 13, they're not children. If we don't understand that now they can become a teenage mother or father, or can become something else, if we don't understand that by itself, just the core, that you're going to be 12 and can have a child. You can be 13 and have a child. And forever you will be responsible for someone else after only being here for 12 years. If we don't start to really understand the basic facts and really try to raise our children with the basic facts, we're going to keep messing up with the future, and having them think that they can just run their life a certain way. Because we're already talking about 20-year-olds and 21-year-olds going to college. They probably already was having sex in high school. They probably already, while we worried about college. I remember being in high school, being a virgin, and all the kids was looking at me crazy. A couple of kids was looking at me crazy because I was decided not to have sex in high school.
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
Ooh,
So
you preaching now.
I think we have to be completely honest with everything. With the real biology, the wall exists because biology. We have to go by strict facts. And women can't have children until in their 60s. It's about taking care of yourself. Really, that's what it is. You take care of yourself, eat the proper foods, drink the waters, exercise, do what you need to do, and you don't have any weird things that happen in your body, or any things from your family or whatever. You can have children well into your 60s. But we got to be honest, it's from 13 to 65. We can't act like at 19 all of a sudden you can have kids.
Right.
It's
It's younger than 13.
Man, I'm just looking this up, and it says that I'm looking at it right now.
A lot of kids, they start their
13
cycle at
years
8 and
old.
9 years old now.
Yep.
So it can be prior to
Oh my
a lot of them
God.
starting at 8 and 9.
No 9-year-old can have a baby. So
So what are we saying then? So are we changing the narrative?
No,
are
but
we
you know
changing what we
what's
said earlier?
But you know what's crazy about that? And y'all can look this up. The reason why a lot of them are having their cycles so sooner is because of the food and the stuff that we eating, man.
But hold on, let me say this too though. My grandmother raised on a farm. got married at 14.
Mm-hmm.
14. Right? My mom got married at 16. Had me when she was 17. She was married, and then she had me a year later at 17. Right? Back in the day, Mr. Bennett just said it in the chat. Mr. Bennett, I started. Where is it at? Mr. Bennett he said, he said, were women also created to have children or get married much sooner? Yet we criticize women who marry under age 18. How old was it for believers out there? How old was Mary when she had Jesus? 13, 12?
Yeah, she was young.
So my thing, okay, so you just got my mind going.
Those ages are still higher.
You got my mind
than
going
8
now.
and 9. That's what I'm saying. Like you can look this up. They talk about it like
right.
Dairy milk. It has certain. It gives off certain hormones and stuff like that. Yeah.
But wasn't none of that stuff here, Alexis? When my grandma was 14 years old having babies.
Yeah, but still 14 is older than 8 and 9.
It is. I'm gonna say what my brother said about milk before, because I don't eat dairy like I used to. I just decided I just can't do it because
I can't eat plus no more either. I don't mess with the plus no more either. I'm with you.
Yeah, I just decided I was gonna let it go. But
did you see the documentary on that?
No, I don't think I'm good. But real quick, my brother had me think about this. It blew my mind. He said this. He was like, that very milk we drink is the same thing that's supposed to feed a calf to turn into a something pound cow. 1,000-pound cow. We drink that. It was meant to feed a calf that comes out already like 100 pounds.
Yeah, we're the only species that drink milk from another species.
And we drink that?
Hey, you know what? Damn it. I don't care. Close your ears if you don't want to hear this. In the documentary, it shows that when a cow has a calf, the afterbirth is the ingredients in the milk. It's the pus and the afterbirth from the damn cow. And so when they're squeezing it out, the reason that they drop the chemical in there is to thin out the afterbirth. Go watch it. It's on Netflix. It's called what's the name of it?
What the health? It's not what the health is.
What the health? That's it.
Yeah, that's what it is. What the health?
Oh, I watched that shit. My daughter say, I'm not eating no more cereal. My daughter said, nope. I'm not eating no more cereal.
Y'all know it's crazy.
Dr. McCombie said, add sugar.
One of my courses.
Dr. McCombie said, add sugar.
Hey, but listen, man. That's disgusting. But what I will say is, now that we know, because think about this, there are some 13-year-olds, somebody put in the chat a few minutes ago, there's 13-year-olds out there, by the time they're 19, they got 20 bodies.
Yeah.
Just think about that, right? I remember Hink saying he worked at a school, and they always go in the bathrooms and check and see if kids not in there doing something they're supposed to do. These 8, 9-year-olds, he said there were condoms on the floor with semen in them.
I mean, these
are 8, 9-year-old kids.
Somebody brought up the whole Maury thing earlier. So even when you think about Maury, it's always be like, look, kids on it. Like, yeah, I disrespect my grandma. I have sex. And I'm like, wait, what? You do what? Yeah. These kids are wow. These kids are wow.
Yeah. And Mr. Bennett is right. Mr. Bennett says, not surprising, same thing with us. Babies are fed through the placenta.
Yeah.
So that's listen, we should not be, you're absolutely right. That's why you don't see no milk does a body good commercials anymore, because they know people didn't figure it out that milk is not good for the human body. It's not. That milk, like you just said, I never thought about it like that. That milk is feeding a damn bull that's going to be 1,500 pounds, 2,000 pounds.
Yeah.
I mean,
lactose intolerant.
Hey, but you know what though? Y'all gave me a great idea tonight as we end the show tonight. Thank you guys for being here. Y'all gave me a great idea. I know around YouTube there's a lot of talking points, but I got a different one I want to do. Also, I had to do my Denzel laugh. I'm going to do talking points of the Bible, because some of the talking points that we talk here are Sesame Street compared to what they said in the Bible. The Bible has some pretty, for the men and the women, it's pretty bad. You know, I had my brother say, "Hey man, did you know there's a story?" I said, "We was raised in the church. Why you come ask me this? Did you know there's a story in the Bible where if a man is married and he die, his brother is supposed to marry his wife?" I said, yeah. He said, did you read the story where the man pulled out the wife because they supposed to conceive children? He pulled out and the semen hit the ground and God took his life. I said, yeah, that's in there too, brother. Did you read when we were growing up? He said, no, I was asleep. Yeah, but that's in there. So I would love to do that one day, to do the talking points of what the Bible actually says about a lot of this stuff, because it's rough out here, like ladies. It's real. It's getting bad.
As long as we also with the talking points, make sure that there's the difference, because what you're talking about, I think, is in the Old Testament, and New Testament, New Covenant. So as long as we get
right. We'll get into that too, because a lot of the Old Testament was carried over to the New. We'll get into that. We do that tonight. We'll be here till Thursday morning. Okay, listen. So thank you guys so much for being here, man. You guys were the bomb. I wouldn't mind having y'all for the next 8 weeks, but I'm just kidding. I know you guys are busy. However, I will be reaching out to you guys for our Talk That Talk Tuesday, because we do this every Tuesday. But the first Tuesday of the month, we always try to do the ladies, give the ladies a voice to voice their opinions and what they think about what's going on in the world. And you guys have been truly amazing. So I really, really appreciate you guys and your time. And before, Take Heed's husband walks through the kitchen and gives her that eye, I want to make sure we get you guys out of here, at a decent time. And I know moms got to be moms, and we all got to get up and go to work in the morning, because I know I got to go to the plantation in the morning. And so that's it. So guys, anybody want to say anything before we leave? Shout your channels out. Jasmine, shout yours out. So ladies, listen, Jasmine has our own, don't go buy no more products from the Caucasian folks. But I want you to go to Jasmine. She's going to give you, in a few seconds, she's going to give you her website, and she's going to let you know that she has her own skincare products and she has her own spa. This is the entrepreneur. So guys, if your skin is messed up, buy something from Jasmine in a cup. Hey, you need to, that shit gonna work right there. So Jasmine, go ahead and shout your channel out and shout out your business and what you do, so these ladies can get taken care of.
All right. My name is Jasmine on YouTube. My channel is Jasmine Says It All, where I talk about trauma, healing, and having a healthy relationship with yourself. On my other social media platform, it's the Skincare Boo _ and on that I pretty much educate having a healthy relationship with yourself through skincare. I specialize in eczema treatment, hyperpigmentation, and acne being my number one treatment. I've actually healed people. I want to say right now I'm at like 15 clients that have recovered fully from acne, just by using my products and my coming in and getting the services. I am a licensed esthetician, and I do have a Black-owned spa. So yeah, y'all can find me there. But yeah, make sure y'all tap in with me on Wednesdays, and I talk about having a healthy relationship with yourself, especially if you ever experience any form of trauma, how to heal through that. Wednesdays at 7:30.
Oh, good.
Wednesdays at 7:30. Yeah.
Now, I want to say this because I should have done this first. The chat is undefeated, guys. The chat is undefeated. So the chat gave a little, they said a lot of things tonight, and I start a whole bunch of them. But first I want to start with let's see here. Mr. Ben. Okay, we already went through his. Real Nathan Daly had a point tonight. Shout out to him. I hadn't seen him in a minute. That boy been working. He said the problem is when your teachings don't align with the teachings of the environment they are in. Sir Hale said being strict is necessary, but being unreasonable strict without preparing them for the world, that creates rebellion. Mr. Paul Bennett, a lot seems to be going on with that mother. Either she was hurt in a relationship with her daughter's father, or perhaps she was spiteful of the white people and wanted to do something different. All right. Then we have a $5 super chat from Harris Tribe Media Group. Mr. He Said, She Said, said amazing panel, great conversation. BMU salute. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And then we just had another super chat come in. Dr. Nakumbe never fails. Normally he wants the other song, but tonight he chooses the violin. So I will play his violins, and then once we come back, we'll let everybody give their final thoughts, and we'll go from there. And where are the violins at? Oh, there it is. All right, thank you, Dr. Nakumbe. This is for you, brother.
Oh, let me slow it down. Rapping with the singing, I be singing. You can get it all free like welfare. Yeah. Back to the beginning, know what I told ya. I got 2 degrees, now I'm dumb rich. sound like some 718 shit. The living weirdo on the same shit. Damien, let's go violinist.
Ooh,
I like that.
Damien is something. I love it.
Man. And so thank you so much for that $20 super chat, Dr. Nakumbi. I appreciate it. He didn't want to hear your song tonight, Shushu. I know you upset. It's going. Oh, wait, hold on. We got another super chat came in. I knew it wasn't gonna be long, Shushu. He did this for you.
I'm ready.
Okay, he says, let me go down here to the super chat. He says, wait a minute, bring Harriet on the hell. All right, man, I got you, brother. This is another $20 super chat, Dr. Nakumbe. Thank you so much. Let me bring on the Harriet. Let me bring on Harriet. This is they love this one. Let me play it. Here we go.
My name is Rosa. They say I'm supposed to sit in the back, but I'm tired here, so I'm finna sit right closer. Come get me up then. It's gonna take about 3, 4, 5 men. And I ain't finna repeat myself again. Fight me. Somebody get her. My name is Eve. I didn't believe. I trusted Satan, ate that apple, he deceived. And I'm naked. I thought I was awakened. I'm the first to do it. Y'all my daughters, we related. Trick on Big Harry. Don't call me slave hoe. The hell? From the underground railroad, bust down mouth of dope. When I say run, you better go. In the dark, that Glocky glow.
In the dark.
I ain't gonna let us turn. That's turn right there. I ain't even gonna lie.
Man, that girl said, my name is Harriet. Don't call me slave.
Hold the hell.
She said, in the dark, we kicking down the master's door. Man, listen, when I tell you, boy, she did Eve. She did Rosa Parks, she did Eve, and she did Harriet Tubman. Listen to me. Oh my God.
Don't call me slave hoe.
Oh my God. So, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, before we leave, we are sponsored, and Shushu helped me come up with this idea. We are sponsored by a new product. And so I wanted to make sure that we play that before we leave, and then we get you guys a quick final thoughts and we'll be out. We're sponsored tonight by the hold on one second. Shushu, what you laughing at? We're sponsored by the Wig Snatcher 1000 tonight. Here we go. Hi there, Black Men Unfiltered. Listen, today we have a special offer. We have the Wig Snatcher 1000 on sale for $19.99. Get yours now. Are you tired of your wife getting up every day looking like Rick James? Are you tired of your wife getting up every day looking like James Brown? You don't have to do it any longer. You don't have to suffer anymore. We have the Wig Snatcher 1000. We have them on sale now, $19.99. Get yours today.
That's a violation.
No.
That is a violation.
Y'all's faces.
Sheree face was priceless. Take heed to the message. Priceless. Oh my God. Oh, I got me crying, man. Oh my God. Okay.
That's a violation. I don't even wear wigs, and I just feel for them.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So, Sheree, can you go ahead and give us your final thoughts, please? Before somebody else in the super chat.
I don't even know what thoughts I got now after watching that.
Oh my God. Hold on. Does anybody on the panel know who my brother Black David is?
Yes, Black David.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been on the panel with him.
Number one. Right? Do y'all know who Black David is? He's in the chat right now. His CBN. He's been in IT for 20 years. One day, you guys, let me tell you this. I want to have some fun with y'all because y'all giving me y'all time. I'll just have a little laugh with y'all. Black David was helping me one day on my show, and he fell asleep right in the middle of the show. And for that reason, let me go ahead and just play it.
Black David, it's Jesus. Wake up, Black David. Black David!
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
Nobody saw that saliva. I know.
Give me every time he said, "Oh Lord."
I feel bad for laughing.
Oh my God. So shout out to Black David. He in the chat right now. I love Black David. That's my brother, man. Thank you for being here tonight, Black David. So
I ain't can with this.
Like those and all, like you, but no, I said, please don't do it. Please don't do it.
okay, listen. So Shoo sent me a video today. I haven't clipped it yet, Shoo, but I will have it next time. However, I did see a road rage incident that went left. A guy was talking to a guy, mouthing off at a guy. This is what happened.
Fuck you too, bitch. Do something, motherfucker. Pull over. You ain't gonna do shit. Fuck off.
What?
Y'all.
Black man, did you see the video of the
Yeah.
guy? He was doing a leaf blower.
That's wild.
And he was going past women with their wigs on, blowing off their wig with the leaf blower. Oh my God.
I'm gonna clip some of those. But you know what though? Like that
Y'all
guy
better
got some
leave
really
these
good
people
breaks.
alone.
He got some really good breaks because boy, that man yanked up. He told it, I almost broke the brakes off the car. But anyway, guys, thank you guys for being here. I just want to laugh at you guys for a minute. Sheree, you say you don't have anything to say after seeing the Wig Snatcher 1000?
Yeah, that was wild. and then you got one with somebody just pulled out something real quick. You know, look, my final thoughts is, look, this was fun. This was a lot of fun, and I think this panel was amazing. I'm pretty sure you were pretty intentional in choosing the women that you were choosing to be on the panel.
Yeah.
And
no booger wolves.
This is my. That's not, okay.
I ain't bringing no booger wolves up here.
That wasn't my point, but you know, a man's perspective. Anyway. I just
She know what I'm talking about. She know.
This is my first time on this panel with these women, and I gotta say, this is a fire panel. Like, if you have these women up here, you can bring me up here anytime. Absolutely. If any of them are coming on the panel, definitely hit me up and be like, sure, are you available? Like, seriously, because these women are fire. I love them all. They had great perspective, every last one of them. So I'm just happy that I came, because you know you've been trying to get me up here for a minute, but I'm happy I came. I'm happy I was able to make it. This was amazing. This was fun. Great women, great perspectives. I love it. I have nothing to say, but thank you and God bless.
Absolutely. And next time I had a panel, I will bring these ladies back because you guys did jail well together. So that was my intention. Jail well together, have conversations, have disagreements, but in those disagreements, there's still a balance of love there. So I appreciate that, because most women in these spaces, you would have heard, bitch, this, you ain't this, your daddy, your husband was over here last night. You know,
that's women. We know that side eye when another woman ain't feeling us.
Right.
And I ain't seen that one eye get sided.
Right. And I stopped recruiting at Booger Wolf University. I'm just tired. I can't deal with Booger Wolves. And I'm gonna define what a Booger Wolf is one day. One day I'm gonna define. It's a long one. But anyway, thank you so much, Sheree, for being here. Jasmine, thank you for being here. Take heed to the message. Tell us about your channel.
So my channel is called Take Heed to the Message on YouTube. Stop by. I got a little talking here and there, whatever. Also, I wanted to say, Black Man Unfiltered, this panel was amazing. Do you hear me?
Thank you.
This panel was amazing. Sisters, all of you were amazing to the T. And I'm going to tell you something. Black Man Unfiltered, if you change this panel, don't call me.
Yo.
Don't call me. Okay.
I got you.
If you change any one of these sisters up here, all the way down to Coach K, don't call me, okay?
I won't. I promise. Listen. I'm not gonna do it unless I got them all. If we can't get them all, we're not gonna do it at all. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, man. Make sure y'all go over and subscribe to her as well. Alexis from Texas, talk to us from the country.
Hey, look. Oh, and Sheree, I just wanted to let you know that my name is David Ruffin, and the rest of these ladies are the Temptations.
Wow.
But,
Wow. Ain't nobody come to see you, Otis.
Ain't nobody come to see you, Otis. Hey,
wow.
look, hey, nothing but love. Look, y'all know I've been throwing jokes all this time, so I like to laugh as well and just be funny. But I don't really have a channel. There is a channel, but I don't really do too much on it. I basically just come in chats and one of those people that like black men can hit up and I'll be like, yeah, I'm coming through. That's the gangster from my Jesus come out and I'm just like, yeah, I'm down. What the young people say, I'm gonna pull up.
Yeah, pull up.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna pull up. But yeah, I mean, just to piggyback off of what everybody else said, this was a great panel. Like I said earlier when we was in church, thank Bishop Shushu Jakes for coming. I really appreciate it. After all the ladies speak, make sure black men, make sure you pass the collective plate around afterwards and get everybody.
We got a worship song, but go ahead. We have Coach K's uncle that was here earlier. Coach K's uncle did a church service and we have him on camera. And so I clipped him and we play it when we mention church. Matter of fact,
Because all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so.
Now pay attention to the lady in the blue dress, ladies and gentlemen. Watch. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Right here. Let's go. Oh God. Okay. Oh God. I got so many people. Listen, guys, I do this because I know a lot of people struggle a lot, right, in life, everyday issues, children, jobs, and we got to have some type of fun, man. Laughter is good for the soul. I don't care what nobody say, because we have Shushu's twin sister. Y'all didn't know she had a twin, but Shushu has a twin sister. We have her in the thing. We have her singing. Disappeared. What happened? But anyway, Cameron, can you tell us about if you?
Wait, real quick. I didn't tell them about my channel. They was asking in the chat.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Sheree. I'm sorry.
Anybody who want to follow me, it's right there. My name, Sheree B. Chicago.
Yeah, it's
it's my Instagram.
Yeah, Brian put it in there for you.
It's the YouTube. It's everything. I try to keep it consistent. So if you know Sheree B. Chicago, you can find me. That's it. That's the Facebook. It's everything. So yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah,
it's in there. Yeah. Both of them in there. Yeah, everybody's in there.
Yeah. So yeah, that's where you guys can find me.
Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate you, brother. Oh man, but yeah. So Cameron, before anything else catches on fire in here, could you please go ahead and tell us about your channel and everything that you got going on, please?
Yeah, so just to, piggyback off everybody else, I definitely love the conversation tonight. I love the perspectives. I appreciate, being asked to be on and just, give my perspective. As far as social media, my Instagram is like my name displayed, Cameron.Ayana. I just started my YouTube channel, very fresh, like literally like week old. So it's Candid Conversations with Cam. And, I'm just going to be, having open dialogue and giving my perspective on things that I, have what I feel like are strong opinions on. As far as life, I'm in school right now, pre-vet. So hopefully I'll be taking care of some of y'all's puppies and fur babies in a couple years.
Right. Wow. Hey, that's amazing though, to be a vet for sure. For sure. Thank you, man, thank you so much for being here tonight. I appreciate it. Look at her rocking. Look at her rocking, y'all. Look at her rocking. Beautifully animated. Can you talk to us, beautiful?
First of all, I have a question. Do y'all remember the sign for being kidnapped? Awesome.
I'm gonna turn my camera off when y'all doing it because people gonna think I did something. I'm out.
Well, you supposed to be doing it too. What you talking about?
Hell no. Who gonna kidnap me, girl? We'll tear some shit up. Listen, they're gonna be on the news. We're here on Fox 4 News where allegedly a large man almost got kidnapped. He tore every window up in every shopping center east of Dallas and went through South Dallas like a tornado in Arkansas. Listen to me. Baby, you grab me, it's over. I'm pulling arms off, face off. Listen to me. And I told my daughter this. I said, she say, Daddy, why the white kids can cuss and I can't? I said, you can't. It's just what it is. I said, it's disrespectful. She said, so there's not a time where you can cuss? I said, yeah, it's a time where you can cuss. She said, well, when? I said, when somebody grab you don't know. I said, I want you screaming through the mall, get your fucking ass on me, motherfucker. Because people are going to pay attention to that. They're going to pay attention to a kid screaming and cussing. And if a person grabs you trying to kidnap you, let her rip. And you better get saved and get put in that white van, because you get in that white van, I may not see you no more.
Yeah.
So that's the only time you can do that. But go ahead, beautifully animated. And since you out here teaching sign language.
When it comes to relationships, I forgot my damn thought.
I wasn't gonna say that. I knew it because you do that every time. I'm not gonna say, oh, boy, I love this girl so much. She's crazy, Jesus. She's crazy.
I remember when you're in a relationship, you gotta pick your pain. You want short-term pain or long-term pain. If you're in a bad relationship, you're afraid to break up because breakup is going to be painful, but it's a short-term pain. Staying in a bad situation is long-term pain. Me personally, I go with the short term.
Hold on. We're not gonna take heat. Tell your husband we said what's up. He just walked in the kitchen. I know he butt naked with baby oil on. You better go in there and get him.
Go. All right.
Let's go. Go ahead, beautiful animated.
But Beautifully Animated Speaks. That's my other YouTube channel is Beautifully Animated, and I'm on IG at Beautifully Animated. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Shoo.
Okay, I'll make this quick. So once again, this has been an amazing panel. Like, thank you to all the panelists. You women are wonderful. This has really been an amazing show. Thank you, Black Man, as always, for having me up here. Speaking of Black Man Unfiltered, I have a show with my brother, Mandrell, on Wednesday nights. It's Unapologetic with Mandrell and Shushu. We come on at 9:30 p.m. right here on the Black Man Unfiltered Network. That's why I was asking you, Jasmine, what time your show? So, yeah, after Jasmine, y'all come check us out. Right. Tomorrow, we're actually talking about tradition.
Okay.
So that'll be an interesting discussion, and also be prepared to laugh because Black Man is like, one of our admins, and like he is an absolute fool. So anything can pop up or happen at any time. Besides that, be sure to follow me on my YouTube page and my IG at Shameria. That's SHUMERRIA. That's my full government name. And as far as my final thoughts go, ladies, especially young women, really do think about the kind of life you want to live. If you want a relationship, what kind of relationship you want to have, if you want to get married. And if that's the case, think about what tools you have been given to make that happen. Because the bottom line is, if you want to be a wife, but you really haven't been taught to be one, you haven't had an example to be one, then you need to seek the tools and resources that you need to become one. How do you do that? Seek out a mentor, an aunt, maybe a grandmother, or like an older woman, someone who is not in competition with you for relationships, who ain't in the dating market. or who's just, accepted the fact that and embraced the fact that, hey, I'm an older woman. Like, the game is the game. It is what it is. I'm not trying to compete with these young girls. But also, also learn from the mistakes of others. There's nothing new under the sun. So everything you're experiencing, someone else has experienced that also. But look at the outcomes. You understand? Of relationships and stuff like that. Look at these outcomes. What outcome do you want? And if you don't want to be a single mother, or like people make it single motherhood look cool, listen at the women on these panels. You know what I mean? Who live this life, who've experienced this. Some mistakes you don't have to make. Some choices you don't have to make because you know how they end up. That's all. Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Black man,
get your autograph now. What?
Can you highlight Trey's comment?
Oh yeah, he said bite your kidnapper takes weeks to heal, and bite marks can be matched. Trey is our retired police officer. He always taking care of us.
That's what's up, Trey. Here.
Yeah. So Jasmine has gone. Sheree, Alexis, Kim, everybody done gone. So thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you. Much love to you guys, man. Make sure you go subscribe to all these ladies' channels. And the next time we have this conversation, I take heed. Said, listen, if I don't have everybody that was here tonight, don't call her. So I definitely need her here. So I'm gonna make sure I call all you guys back the next time we do this, okay? And some Tuesday shows, I would love to have a few of you on those Tuesday shows to give balance, because sometimes the male presence, I like to have 5 men, 5 women. Sometimes the male presence is dominating. And so I want to have more women and more perspective from women. So if you guys are not busy on Tuesdays at 8:30, it'll be amazing to have you guys come back and fill up those spots, have those conversations, because we got some men that got some perspectives that need some women to go with them. So I appreciate you guys.
Sounds like thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And guess what, guys? Before we leave, I got a little Mandrell and Shushu have 2 cousins, but they don't allow their indiscrepancies to stop them from dancing.
I'm sorry. You know, by the way,
So you know what? Shushu was absolutely correct. Sometimes when they have a show and it's real serious, I like to give some laughter. So I clipped them. I don't remember what I did this day, but they laughed so hard.
You had put that clip of Freezy up there. That's what it was.
Oh, yeah, that's Freezy. Absolutely. You're right. Absolutely correct. All right, guys. But I appreciate you guys, man. I had so much fun. I did. I appreciate it. And when they say, men and women can't get on YouTube and have sensible conversations and have, and talk to each other with, without disrespecting each other, it's a lie. And we proved it tonight. So I appreciate you guys for allowing the people to know that we're not here for that and we can actually get along. So appreciate you guys. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
Bad little flex, she wanna know me. I stay low key, all gas, no breaks. Baby, let them hoes sleep. Body on 10, make your girl OD. I get in my way, never out of my lane. Feel like you the one and I'm on one. So what it's gonna be? Baby, squad up, we finna go deep. Riding on a team.